Good morning. No, it's not Sunday breakfast. This is Breakfast Daily, and we are grateful that you chose us here on Channel 1 TV to do your morning show with us. My name is Inusafo, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, Nana Tufo Boating. Today promises to be a very interesting show. There's a lot of news that has been happening, and we'll be touching on some of the stories right here with my panel when we sit down. But before then, let me say this. We here at Channel 1 TV and City FM are truly grateful that you came to the AgriFair. We were overwhelmed. We were surprised that at our very maiden edition, you chose us. You decided to come and support when we made a clarion call for stakeholders, for farmers, for sponsors to come on board. You came out, you showed us love, immense support for this event. It was overwhelming, and I'm sure everybody who passed through can attest to the fact that we delivered. We said we are bringing you fresh farm produce at farm gate prices, and we delivered, or over-delivered, if I can confidently say that. And not just that, there was some education also ongoing with regards to the business clinic, where indeed you were brought abreast with the latest technology with regards to farming, agro-processing, irrigation, etc., and you were educated. On the side, the event also brought about conversations, contacts were exchanged, partnerships were formed and forged, and there's opportunity for more meaningful impact in our agricultural space. Policymakers were also on board. We had the Deputy Minister of Agric pass through, John Dumelo, and he mentioned that this is an opportunity for the youth. He's called for sustained investment in agriculture, particularly for young people looking to enter the field of agriculture. And he also described the fair as a laudable initiative that demonstrates the growing importance of agriculture in national development. Then on Saturday, which was day 2, the Deputy Minister the Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Samson, he also passed by, and he revealed that government will unveil a comprehensive agribusiness export policy, which will be aimed at boosting international market access for Guinean farmers and indeed processors. And also that same Saturday, the Minister of Agric also passed through. He was also very impressed with the fair. He mentioned that we must feed ourselves. And indeed, he mentioned that one of the NDC government's policy is irrigation, and he's calling it the future of Ghana's agriculture, and where farmers, Guinean farmers, will not rely on the weather, because you and I both know that the weather has not been very friendly these days and very unpredictable as well. And so that's one of the Feed Ghana's initiatives, which is irrigation, future of Ghana's agriculture. And then there was the current CEO of the Ghana Exim Bank, Honorable Sylvester Edina Mensah. He also passed through. The Exim Bank was one of our amazing sponsors. He also passed through. And he was also very impressed. And he also mentioned that indeed Exim Bank is ready, willing to support such fairs, support farmers, support businesses to scale up and export their stuff. Even if you didn't come and shop, or you just came for the vibes, then Chin Chin Band overdid it. My goodness. Or you just came for the kebab, or you just came to speak to any of the Channel 1 TV staff, or the people that you've seen and heard on TV. We're truly grateful that you made the maiden edition of our fair a success. We also realized that this calls for a broader conversation. So the presence of the government officials, was more than a symbolic appearance, because it was a call for them to, urge a different kind of engagement where they spend time listening to the farmers, listening to the agri-processors, listening to the technological people, and how they should launchpad a larger policy reform which would look at, reducing post-harvest losses in Ghana, supporting agro-processing, and indeed strengthening our local supply chains and reducing our reliance on imported foods, because we do really import a lot, as the Minister of Agric mentioned. So the AgriFair was definitely a success. 3 days, quantity of food sold, impressive. If you watched CNR over the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you would realize that what most of the vendors kept repeating was the fact that they were overwhelmed with a number of people, and they kept restocking. But most of their food sold out, but they kept restocking, and it sold out. But I guess the AgriFair should not be judged by the quantity of food that we sold, but the quality of the conversations that were had, and what is going to be done further to ensure that such a laudable idea is sustained and urged to go on. Because I think I remember Sly Mensah, the CEO of Ghana Exim Bank, mentioning that he intends to do more in collaboration with Channel 1 TV and City FM, and that there'll be more. He wouldn't tell me exactly what, but he says he intends to do more beyond the AgriFair. And you're seeing some of the shots, some of the stalls, some of our farmers and agri-processors who came on board, and the things that they had on offer. But once again, we're grateful. You guys showed up to the maiden edition of our AgriFair, and you also called on us to do it more than once a year. You're calling for it to be done every month. We'll think about it. I'm sure management will think about it, and they'll definitely take that into consideration. I don't know about every month, but I do know that we'll definitely try, and if not biannually, annually, because a lot of work goes into it. But I'm sure from this very maiden edition, I know that our farmers will definitely scale up. More farmers will come on board. I know people were there looking for pigs to buy, but unfortunately there were none at the fair this time around. But maybe the next time we'll scale up, we'll put more things there, more farmers will join, more stakeholders will definitely come on board, more technology will definitely come on board. And like I said, the conversations that were had, the networking that was done, the impact of the AgriFair, I'm sure, can be felt all over. And indeed, Imani Ghana has written about it. Let me look for that. He says, and this is in reference to the AgriFair that just ended. Imani Ghana, let me look for that. Okay, so Imani Ghana has, right, so this is what he's saying. He says, agriculture in focus, a call for sector-wide revitalization. The agricultural sector took center stage in Ghana's economic and policy discourse through two key public events, the City Business Forum and Channel 1 TV's AgriFair, and a significant international investment announcement supporting the cocoa sector. From upstream production to downstream processing and market access, there was a shift from narrow interventions to full value chain thinking. The City Business Forum and Channel 1 TV's AgriFair both provided platforms for multi-stakeholder discussions around agriculture, conversations centered on boosting productivity through better inputs, mechanization, and extension services, improving credit access by de-risking the sector for financial institutions, increasing public and private financing, particularly for agribusinesses and post-harvest infrastructure, promoting agro-processing and value addition to reduce post-harvest losses and enhance export potential, strengthening agriculture, research and extension, which remain weak links in Ghana's productivity challenge, and facilitating better marketing and distribution systems. And, it goes on and on and on and on. But essentially, it was a successful event, and it's a sector-wide call for reforms in our agricultural sector, agricultural value chain, and indeed, Imani Ghana supports us as well. Again, from us here, management, staff, everybody, we say a big thank you to you for making the maiden AgriFair a success. We know that when we do call on you next time, you'll definitely come because you outdid yourselves. Thank you so much. Let me thank our amazing sponsors as well, because without them, it wouldn't have been what it is. So the AgriFair 2025, as usual, was powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM. It was proudly sponsored by the Ghana Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Development Bank Ghana, Agri Impact Limited, the Horticulture Business Platform, and Trillium Ghana Limited, and our technology partner, Farmerline. Thank you so much for supporting us, for sponsoring us, and for ensuring that the AgriFair was the success that it was. The sponsors have lauded it, and I'm sure that next time we call on them, next time we make a clarion call to them, they'll definitely come on board. We're still in the month of June though, and we here at Channel 1 TV and City FM will still be doing our business month. And so we have the City Business Festival happening 1st to 30th of June. Amazing sponsors, Absa Bank, MTN Ghana, Zonda Tech Ghana, and the on-air series for this week, we're discussing understanding the digital economy. And so starting from today, Monday, 23rd June 2025, understanding the digital economy on-air series will be on. Lead architect for Absa Bank Ghana, Anthony Fesu, will be the one to take us through that today. 9 a.m. on 97.3 City FM and 10 a.m. on Channel 1 TV. The on-air series of the City Business Festival will be live right here on Channel 1 TV at exactly 10 a.m. And Anthony Fesu would be taking us through understanding the digital economy. Right, so I have a number of papers here. We're going to go through that briefly, and then we'll pick on some of the top stories and discuss it here with my panel members. I'm going to start with the Ghanaian Publisher. Some of the stories you'll find on the front page. Bawumia warns against divisive politics. Esiama sacks 100 BOG staff. OSP Jampo trade accusations, and we'll be delving more into that topic a bit later on the breakfast show. Stay connected to the people. Minister charges MMDCEs. Unity key to MPP's 2028 victory. That's according to Brian Achampo, and he has declared his intention to run for the flag bearership race, which is scheduled for January 31, 2026. I have the Daily Guide newspaper. Some of the stories you'll find. FBI cracks down on fraud boys. That story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide. Mahama appoints 15 new ambassadors and high commissioners. Kujabunsu Ni Amasa Namole is one of them. And we'll bring you that story also a bit later on. BOG sacks 100 staff. And there's a picture of Dr. Johnson Esiama, the BOG governor, right here, with a picture of the letter which has confidential written on it, but somehow found its way into the newspaper. Anyway, Japan slams NPP over grassroots neglect. There's a picture of Cabinet Japan here. Jampo OSP clash over Oforiata SML raid. And when you go, that story is on page 6 of the Daily Guide. I have the Chronicle newspaper, and religious politics is dangerous for NPP, Bawumia is telling his opponents. And that story is on page 2 and 3 of the Chronicle. NACOC, NIB destroy over $350 million worth of cocaine and other stuff. Suspected murder of Josephine Asante. The case has been adjourned to July 3. That story is also in the Chronicle. Right, let's move on to the Herald. Some of the stories you'll find on the front page of the Herald. Christians, poor, Northerners and Zongo voters rejected Bawumia, says Stephen Amwa, Ken Japan's NPP flag bearer campaign. At least now we know where Stephen Amwa stands. He stands with Kennedy Japan. I think when Ken met MMDCE's, Sticker, as he's normally called, was there with him. BOG terminates appointments after probationary period. Kalsum Senari to Madrid. Ni Amasa to Brasilia. Kojo Bonsu to Beijing. That's how the Herald captures Mahama's 15 new ambassadors and high commissioner appointments. Finance Minister sacks Ghana Development Bank director after audit findings. That story is on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 of the Herald newspaper. Immigration Service warns against fake recruitment, and that story has been running for a while now. They're still warning that they haven't opened their portal for recruitment into the Immigration Service just yet. And so they're warning that anything you see online asking you to come and buy forms for immigration is false publication. Right, I have the Inquisitor, infamous Bawumia Sala Rice. OSP charges 4 men. And the story is on page 4 with a picture of Kisia Jabing, the special prosecutor, on the front page. Night clubbing Yamutu as FBI scare hits Sakawa boys. And I'm sure they're referring to the closure of the famous garage somewhere at East Legon. I think Sunday will be their last night. So for those who want to be there, that's the place to be. Night clubbing Yamutu as FBI scare hits Sakawa boys. After the FBI arrested some purported Sakawa boys, we heard the announcement that garage is also closing down, and very unfortunately too. Sticker in uncouth politics, that's how they couch it. GAF to recruit 12,000 youth in 4 years, and Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane-Boama here, Ghana Armed Forces to recruit 12,000 youth in 4 years. So within the 4 years of the MPP government, they intend to recruit 12,000 youth into the Ghana Armed Forces. I have the new publisher, and the story here, Galamsey sites under full attack. Police arrest 38, destroy machines. And there's another story, Japan Motors again. And the managing director is found on the front page of the new publisher. James Kofi Annan ordered to stop calling himself doctor. And more on that story on page 2 of the new publisher. Babina actress Kalsum Sinari appointed ambassador. We'll find a bit more about her during our review segment when the panel joins me, so that we can find out who exactly Kalsum Sinari is, as well as some of the other 15 members who have been appointed. I have the Informer, and some of the stories you'll find on the front page of the Informer. Bawumia warns against religious tribal politics. There's Askene Japan's boy ventures into dangerous arena. By boy, I'm sure they're referring to Stephen Amwa. GTech vows to protect academic integrity. And, GTech has been in the press for asking people who have honorary doctorate degrees to stop referring to themselves as doctor or professor. All right, other stories you'll find on The Informer. Galamsey fight, repeal LI 2462, declare state of emergency. Civil society etal pressurized Mahama. I'm sure this call is coming again after the Chinese ambassador says we should blame ourselves and not China for Galamsey activities. And that story is indeed here in The Informer on page 5. Blame yourselves, not China, for Galamsey. Chinese ambassador tells Ghana. Chinese ambassador Tong Defa was in the news on Friday for his utterances with regards to his people being called, the reason for excessive Galamsey and the destruction of our lands. Let's do some of our online portals, shall we? I have citynewsroom.com. So the stories you'll find. I'm not here to test the waters. I'm here for victory. Brian Achampong declares. Other stories you'll find on citynewsroom.com. Petroleum Hub Development Corporation asks government for 300 million Ghana cedis to finalize Jomoro land deal. Keep your campaign away from Zongo communities, youth group tells Ken Ejapon. City Business Festival enters final week with focus on digital economy. Other stories you'll find on the citynewsroom.com. 2025 City Business Festival Management Bootcamp for top professionals kicks off. Indeed, that starts today. They headed to the hotel for the bootcamp last night, and today the classes and the bootcamp kicks off. Exim Bank CEO hails AgriFair, pledges continued support for SMEs. 2022 batch of trained teachers to picket at GES over 10-month salary delay. Other stories you'll find on citynewsroom.com. Ghana Gas blames rising operational costs on overstaffing. TOR's debt hits 517 million. Management, that's according to the management, and TOR to resume full operations by October. That's some very welcome news. Channel 1 TV's AgriFair climaxes with thrilling performance from Inchinchim Band. Let's head to channel1news.com. As I always say, the one is the digit one. Some of the stories you'll find on our portal. You've exceeded our expectation. Sponsors Lord Maiden, Channel 1 TV, City FM, AgriFair. Other stories you'll find. NIDA eyes young agripreneurs for 24-hour economy, agro enclaves. TOR confirms $517 million debt stock, vows to halt accumulation. Channel 1 TV's AgriFair earns praise for blending education, food, and fun. Other stories you'll find. Channel 1 TV's AgriFair exceeds expectations as exhibitors laud high sales, strong business links. Let's move on. Channel 1 TV's AgriFair ends on high notes with Inchinchim Band's electrifying performance. Still on the portals though, let's go to graphiconline.com. Some of the stories you'll find there. TOR debt is now $517 million, according to the acting CEO. Other stories you'll find in Cape Coast, collapse building kills 2. NPA advocates punitive penalties for unauthorized fuel stations. Indonesia and Ghana deepen energy sector cooperation through diplomatic engagement. Right, we'll be taking a quick break here. When we return, my panel members will be seated. I'll introduce them and we'll delve straight into the topics of our conversation for this morning. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
This June, the business wave is back and it's bigger than ever. The City Business Festival 2025 on City FM and Channel 1 TV, where it's all about business. This June, we will be celebrating Ghanaian businesses, re-examining our business modules and practices through our business forum, and sharing knowledge through our on-air business discussions. Make a business date with the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and 10 a.m. on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. From expert interviews to real-world insights to the tools you need to grow. Don't miss a single moment this June. It's the City Business Festival 2025, celebrating everything business. Only on City FM and Channel 1 TV. Your business, your future, your time is now. Stay tuned, stay inspired, and let's grow together. The City Business Festival 2025, celebrating everything business.
The City Business Festival 2025 is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN Business, and Zonda Tech Ghana Limited.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving it, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we're there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of black stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com, watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com, on X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours.
You're welcome back to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. We're delving into our news review topics. Joining me for this very important discussion is Ibrahim Ejay. He's former Assistant Secretary, Office of the Former President. Elvis Darko, editor, News Center newspaper. We reviewed that as well. Wanda Madilo is a member of the NDC communications team. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm lucky to be amongst such great gentlemen like yourselves. Did any of you come to the AgriFair? I don't think I cited any of you there.
No, I couldn't make it. I traveled.
Oh, you traveled?
I got there yesterday night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Wanda yourself?
No, but I followed.
You followed it from a
Yes,
distance?
yes.
You also followed from a distance?
I followed on TV and radio.
Radio.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, yourself?
I have to plead the fifth. You have to forgive me. It was my intention to come.
Okay.
Events proved otherwise. But yeah, we saw the news reports. I think as my two colleagues also did.
Okay.
So a big ayeko
Thank
to Channel 1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the Agric Minister passed by on Saturday and he mentioned that government's new roadmap from under the Feed Ghana program is placing irrigation at the forefront of boosting productivity and, stabilizing food supply. He also mentioned that we must feed ourselves to be truly free. And I'm going to start from you, Wanda. When we talk about feeding ourselves, what does it mean in the context of Ghana?
Oh, no, it's very simple. It's not one of those statements that, does not explain itself. Feed Ghana, in fact, grow Ghana, feed Ghana. That's a full slogan.
Mm-hmm.
But, in recent times, we have all been concerned about slogans. And so I'm not going to dwell so much on the slogan, but the content of what that meant. What that meant is that, we spend so much on imports. On cereals, for instance, in Ghana, we spend so much on tomatoes. We spend so much, that's just vegetables. Onions, we spend so much. In fact, when the Russia-Ukraine war started, we were talking about grains that comes from Ukraine to Ghana. And for that matter, we were hit, so much about happenings on the other side of the world. What government sought to do, in fact, that is captured also in our manifesto under agriculture. One is women in agriculture. We want to promote women in agriculture. We want to promote mechanized agriculture. We also want to do the irrigation, the irrigation farms bit. That is also one of the plans of government. And then agribusiness as a whole. Agriculture is just one bit, if you talk about it, that's the general, posturing of the industry. But in that agriculture is what we call agribusiness, which will be the food chain of production. So there's a farmer who plants the tomatoes. There's another who picks it from that place, which is the transport system to the factories. And then if they were going to can it, then they would have had a tin tomatoes or the other. And then there's another that is doing the marketing, and there's another that is doing the distribution. So it's a whole chain of production that needs to be carried out in terms of agriculture. So when the minister said that Feed Ghana, all he's saying is akin to planting for food and jobs. It's akin to the days of a champion when we said that we should do what? Oh, there was a term at that time.
Eat what you grow
what
you eat.
Yeah, eat what you grow what you eat. So it's the same thing. Likely only the commitment, the political commitment that is attached to this commentary is what, for me, I'm very excited about. In any case, a champion left a very good blueprint, if for nothing at all. You can cite him from all the things that happened under his tenure as president, but he remains one of the few presidents that have really ventured into grow what you eat. And so those days you have a lot of people going to farming, backyard farming and all that. And then we managed to support ourselves. Fast forward to the 1983 when we had this famine in Ghana, bushfires in the northern part of Ghana, when we had what you call the Rollins chain and all that. After that, government also went into a very massive approach into agriculture. Suffice to say that now we don't see a lot of those, but that is what took us out of the famine in those days. In fact, It was the basis for which Rawlings was awarded given an award, about $50,000, called the Hunger Project. And that is what he used to establish UDS. So it is refreshing to hear some of these things. It is more refreshing when government makes further commitment in that regard, helping people to support, the farming business. It's not only also about crop farming. We also have animal husbandry, or what you call poultry and all that. So the Nkuko Kitikiti thing is also one of those projects. And I'm told that they have just launched it and it's about to start. If all these things are done and done properly, without all the lacuna of corruption or the lacuna of misplaced priorities or the lacuna of people not being fully briefed about it or engaged in it or properly ready for it, then we lose it. So I will be happy if government would stick to this, because largely in all the 300 and something items in the inflation basket, you will observe the agriculture items in those baskets are more. It's about 40-45% of the entire things in the basket. So once you can take care of agriculture, where people are planting locally, we're producing locally, we don't have to import onions from neighboring countries, we don't have to import tomatoes from neighboring countries, watermelon from neighboring countries, and all the vegetables and all that. If we can do that on our own and we can feed ourselves, at least we can spare ourselves the pressure on the dollar, searching for dollar to do imports and all that. In fact, it's more expensive when you even bring in some of these things, because you have to keep them under some temperatures that are, from the producers. Imagine taking this across the ocean over several hours of flights and all that.
Yeah.
So indeed, there's a concern we have to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah. Ibrahim, let me come to you. The NPP had a similar policy as the Feed Ghana. How can us feeding ourselves, contribute to our national food security?
Sure. But let me start by saying good morning to Wanda. Good to be on the program with him, of course, Elvis, and our viewers, and yourself, Anna.
Thank you.
A nice addition. Yes, the NPP, we had several policies to secure self-sufficiency, improve agribusiness, and increase agriculture's input within our GDP. We had planting for food and jobs. There were two iterations, phase 1 and phase 2.
Yeah.
And then you had rearing for food and jobs. Then also we had aquaculture as well for food and jobs. So both within the normal agriculture areas, cereals and crops. Then you had animal husbandry, goats, sheep. And then, of course, you had the aquaculture as well. So we were looking at all the key components of agriculture, or the food production and distribution area, and how to, through policy, investment, and incentives, to really bring about as much produce from Ghana to make us less reliant on imports from specifically Burkina Faso for its tomatoes and onions. And that's what the NPP did. We recognize that agriculture for some time had failed. When I say failed, in terms of production. In 2015 thereabouts, agriculture in fact declined 3.2% year upon year. So we had to change the narrative and make farming attractive. And that's what these policies were designed to do. By making sure that, for example, taking out the risks from investment. You say to the farmers, let's grow our food, but there's money and investment linked to it. What happens if there's issues of pesticides and what have you, the lack of. So we wanted to make sure that in that whole construct of rearing for food and jobs, planting for food and jobs, all the component inputs, if you want to help somebody, help them comprehensively. So there were subsidies on fertilizers, which is a key part. Of course, human beings as we are, some people then took advantage of that and started stealing the fertilizers and taking it or rebagging it to Burkina Faso and Togo and other areas. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But I want to answer your question as to what the NPP did. We looked at making sure that pesticides, you can grow food, but again, nature is nature. How can you equip that environment to be robust against, pesticides and parasites?
Yeah.
So again, those inputs were equally given. Then mechanization, we had the mechanization centers across the country, whereby instead of the usual hoe and cutlass, I'm not saying that hoe and cutlass has been with us ever since, but there was a concerted effort, to make sure that farmers had access to mechanization centers, your tractors, and other farming inputs or mechanisms whereby they could be leased. If you didn't have the money, at least you could lease those mechanical inputs to make sure that now you can plow, acres of land in a fraction of the time, And so these were some of the things that are all embedded or infused within the planting for food and jobs, the rearing for food and jobs, which is the animal husbandry, the goats, the cattle, the chicken, and what have you. And then again, aquaculture. Rearing, but producing fish within an urban setting and not necessarily having to be river fed in order to produce that. So these were the inputs we did. And I think that administration upon administration, our goal as Ghana has been to make sure that we put agriculture first. We are generally an agrarian economy. Yeah. Yes, we found oil in 2008, 2007, 2008, but agriculture is our mainstay. Presently, in 2024, it constituted 20% of our GDP.
Right.
That's 1/5.
Right.
It used to be a lot more, which is good. That it's reduced in other areas of the economy are also services, oil, gold, industry, manufacturing are also improving their share of our GDP. But agriculture is the mainstay. Employs, if I get the numbers wrong, I'm sure people will quickly search on the internet and correct me. But I mean, you're looking at a good 60% of the workforce. I'm hoping to be corrected. When you have a large amount of your workforce, over 50%, let me put that clarification in that sector, you have to make sure that you extract as much efficiency out of it. Whereby, and I think Wanda was alluding to it, when there's agribusiness, and it's been started before, administration upon administration, we really need to see how we can elevate farming to a point that it's such a key pillar of the economy throughout the value chain.
Right.
From growing to packaging to producing to processing, so that everything you want is here. What I would also want for us to do is to look at the dairy industry. I mean, the figures are there. I may be incorrect, but if you're...
I don't think we've really tapped into the dairy
industry.
We have not.
And it's something that I've mentioned on so many other platforms before. Do you know what we use generally milk for in this country? When I say milk, I'm talking processed milk. Wagashi.
Oh, is it? Okay.
You know wagashi?
Yes, I know wagashi.
It's the cheese that is fried.
Yeah.
Now, when you go across the country, you find that we're importing our cheeses, the fan milks that we have, or the fan ice that we have, then our Carnation, our Ideal Milk. I'm not giving anybody brand prominence. I'm sure they'll pay you advertisers later. But you see that we consume a lot of dairy products. But what is our input in manufacturing? Again, I wish I'd done additional research on this part for the program. Africa alone, close to $600 million of importation of dairy products.
Right.
Importation, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I know it's a little higher than that. If we could actually produce that, and we don't, we have the cattle, we have the herds to actually tap into that aspect of animal husbandry. But now it's just the meat that we are consuming.
Right.
Even the hide, which some time ago we were used for leather.
Yeah.
The whole leather industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. What do we use leather for, or the hide in this country?
We chew it.
We chew it, willy. And there's no nutritional benefit whatsoever. It's like the keratin in your nail.
Right.
Chew keratin, chew your nail, see if there's any nutrition. There's nothing.
Right.
So again, it's about connecting the dots, whereby government can help. It doesn't have to be government centered, but it can be government driven to say that, look, instead of us using car tires, old car tires to burn the hide, am I right?
Yeah.
for the wele
Yeah.
that we now consume, which is carcinogenic, because the fumes within those petroleum, products, car tires, it enters the skin of the cow. It's porous, and it will maintain some of it. Then we go and chew it, and then you get cancer. And you say, "Oh, where for this?" So I'll land on this point.
Okay.
So I think a dairy industry is something that we can also productively put our concentration on and see how best we can also add value to that whole revenue stream.
All right. Elvis, let me bring you in here and let's talk about local production versus imports. So how can we balance our local food production with imported goods so that we are ensuring that we have a diverse and sustainable food supply? It seems we import a lot of food. I mean, onions, tomatoes, poultry, fish. How can we scale up on our food production locally so that we can, bring our exports of food into Ghana lower?
As a country, see, everything that is needed to produce food is in this country. The land is good for production. The weather is good for us. And every factor we need if we want to produce food is here. It's therefore sad that we in this country have to import things from Sahelian countries where it hardly rains, but then we are importing things from there. So clearly you realize that it's not that we don't know the problems, we don't know what to do, but it's about strategic government policy to say if we can feed ourselves, a lot of challenges of society will reduce. See, when there's a problem, if you hear people crying about economic crisis, the number one reason why we cry more is the cost of food.
Yeah.
Because food alone takes about 60% of your entire earnings every month. So when food becomes expensive, it's a major problem. And you have to eat every day. But if your attire becomes expensive, it's not much of an issue. You can wear this for the next 3 years. You are not bothered whether the price has gone up or not. But you can't wake up in 3 days and say, for 3 days I'm not eating. You definitely feel the pinch of not eating.
Yeah.
So making sure there's food and it's available at affordable price is very important. In Ghana, our food import bill, as at last year, is about $3 billion. Food products that we import into this country, it's about $3 billion just for food. That $3 billion is what we have gone to the IMF for 3 years. That they are giving it to us in pieces for 3 years. The money we are using to import just food products into this country is what we went to beg the IMF for. And they are giving it to us in pieces for 3 years, and it's a loan we have to pay back. So if we can cut our food imports, clearly it means that we are strengthening our economy. We are giving the city the backing it deserves. Everybody getting food at affordable price is happier in this country. However, see, there are several issues why we have the problem we have. Most of the time, we look at it as if we are not producing enough. But sometimes, it's not only about producing enough. It's also about producing and preserving and keeping it for long. We produce a lot of things, and when they are in season, the food product are in season, it just rots because we lack preservation methods. So they rot away within a month or two. You will see a lot of tomatoes up there, and it rots.
Yeah.
When watermelon is in season, 2-3 months is season. If people don't buy it, it rots. If onion, garden eggs, all these things that we need, that we eat on daily basis, when these food items are in season, because we lack preservation methods, it rots. So the argument most of the time about us not producing enough is largely also not because we are not producing enough. It's also largely because we lack methods to preserve what we produce. And so when the food comes to see, it rots away within a short time, and then the rest of the year, prices rise because we have limited supply on the market. If you check, the WFP says that our food waste, the food that goes waste in this country is worth about $1.9 billion. Food that we produce and goes waste. So you can imagine that if we stop the waste, our 3 billion import would have been reduced by 1.9 billion by just stopping the waste. So we are producing food worth over 1.9 billion and it goes waste. So sometimes when we are focusing only on the fact as if we don't produce enough, it's not necessarily only the case. We can produce as much as we produce and it goes waste. Truth is that we need to introduce basic, simple irrigation methods. Most of the time when we talk about irrigation, we think that's that huge, expensive cost. Ghana, lands are owned by families. So it's difficult to have large-scale lands for large-scale farmers to talk about irrigation at large scale. But I believe that you can still have small irrigation system on 2 or 3 acre farms. All you need is to have a borehole and a solar system to power the borehole to generate water. You can do it. And when you go to the Anglo side, when you go there, you see how innovative Ghanaians can be, but we are not applying it on larger scale. The next land next to a house, they pass pipes because there's a water behind, and they put a pump there, and they are growing these onions and all these things all year round because they are using irrigation to grow it. Why is that somebody is not studying that system and finding out how we can large scale it across Ghana? But it's happening just in a small part of Ghana in Angola. When I go there, one of the things that fascinates me most is how, even though the land looks as if you cannot grow anything, these people have managed to find out that with the water bodies around, they could put up small pumping stations and then develop the land and put pipes. They just put pipes, dig small trenches and put pipes in between, and then put the showers on it. And you go there, and in the afternoon, water is flowing on onion, garden eggs, okra, pepper, and the rest, and they are growing it all year round. And I'm asking, when we are talking about agriculture, it's not about sitting in Accra. It's about looking at individuals coming on these simple methods that are working and find out how we can scale it up for these small-scale farmers across the country, so that people will not say that because it did not rain, that is why we didn't have food. So I think that there are basic things happening in this country that if the ministry in charge decide not to look at what we have learned in schools, the large-scale ones, but try to go around the country and say innovative ways that individual small-scale farmers are going around things, it will help. I think the previous government started a project called the Enclave Project, where they want to cultivate over 100,000 plots of land across Ghana, and the first one is in the Adan area here. That project, I think this government needs to, and I think that's what Alex Mould is supervising under MEDA. When you go there and see the methodology they are using, if we can scale it up to be one of the best things we are going to do in this country, because the government now provides the rules, provides tilling of the land, preparation of the land and everything, and then allocate 3 or 4 acres to young people, and then give them capital to plant and maintain. They actually give plant material to manage the farms. And then when the produce comes, they sell, and then they reinvest the money. When you go there and see what is happening there for rice, it's so amazing. And I'm told tomato is to be done in some Ejura and others. I think that 100,000 acres, if the government can, this government can continue that project and make sure that that 100,000 acres is cultivated annually, our tomatoes and rice and all others will come down. You see, I talk about food preservation. Most of the time we are preserving food with chemicals and so many other things that when we eat, it have other effects. But what's important to preserving food is using nuclear technology called food irradiation. When Nkrumah started atomic energy, people thought it's supposed purely for power generation or for weapons. But you see, atomic energy nuclear energy is one key reasons why countries develop. In fact, studies have shown that countries without nuclear energy find it difficult to develop. Not only because of energy supply, but also because it's key to preserving food without using chemicals. And when you look at what this can do to our okra, our garden eggs, all the tomato, the watermelon, and the things that go bad during seasons, if we have been able to develop this food irrigation technology through nuclear, and we are applying it to preserve the things we produce, like the 1.9 billion that we are losing to food waste, we would have been saving it. And food prices will not be as they are, because once there's enough supply, obviously prices will go down. But when demand outstrips supply, obviously you should have higher prices. So as a country, see, we are told that right now if you need about nuclear technology, you need about 4 billion to maybe a 1,000 megawatt technology. But we are losing $1.9 billion every year to food waste.
Right.
So what if we go for a $4 billion loan from the capital market and said, we are using it to build a nuclear power plant. It's not only a power plant. While it is selling power, we have also developed technologies out of it to preserve our food. So that okra that you see can be there for 1 year and nothing will happen to it. And when you eat it, there's no effect because it is not preserved by chemical, but you are using irrigation to preserve it. Okay. And I think that these are some of the things. I always say that when we go to the capital market to borrow, most of them want to come and pay our maturity. But I am of the view that if we can strategically decide that nuclear technology, we realize that these are the benefits of it, okay? And therefore we want to harness it. So we are going for a $4 billion loan from the capital market. All we are doing is 4 or 5 years, a nuclear plant is ready, generating 1,000 megawatts of electricity. That is cheaper. Right. And we are selling it, making money out of the power we are selling. Okay. At the same time, we have come up with strategies and technology through food irrigation to be able to preserve our food so that $1.9 billion worth of food we produce locally does not go bad. Right. So you see, if we don't take such decisions, we will always be complaining, but we'll only be talking. Look, today Chinese are rearing tilapia in the Volta Lake. I decided to read about what are the benefits of the Volta Lake apart from electricity. And what I found was that one of the key reasons Nkrumah sees the dam as critical, not for only power, is that the fish production, that the fish that the river will generate, will actually help Ghana's protein needs. Okay. But how did we utilize the river properly for fish? We just harvested the natural fish out of it. Yeah. And now Chinese have come with technology. They are on the Volta River rearing tilapia and selling it to us. So the commercial value that Volta River is supposed to give us in terms of protein needs, now it is foreigners who are harvesting it and making money. The Ghanaians sat down because the vision of Nkrumah that aside energy from the Volta Lake, the lake should be a key provider of our protein. We didn't look at it beyond that. And then after Nkrumah, we didn't look at if the fish naturally are not enough. Can we find ways of adding more fish and rearing in the Volta River? No. But foreigners are doing it to make money. So we need to look at everything critically.
Let me ask one final question before we move to our next topic. How can government, introduce policies? I mean, judging from what we saw at the AgriFair, there's so much food that goes to waste because of one issue or the other, cutting food. They don't have direct access to the market. How can government, support the local farmers so that they'll be able to scale up and, all these gaps and stop holes will be cut off? Wisdom.
So preservation is one key area of agriculture. Look, people say that we're importing onions and all that from Burkina. Majority of the reason why we even import is not because we need it. I mean, because they bring it here and take it to Togo as well. But when you produce food, there are timelines. It's a perishable good. There are timelines. So before you even produce, sometimes you find the market. That's why in some countries, when you want to invest in agriculture and it's on a large scale, there's an off-taker. Am I going to produce and just leave it the way it is, or we have to go through the food chain? So you have the food chain. Same thing is what Commander Sugar Factory suffered. You produce the sugar cane, but it has to go to the next level. The next level is for it to go to the factory to either produce alcohol or to produce sugar. So indeed, one of the support system government can give to some of these things is the next level, which is the capacity to turn them into something that is preservable, like tomatoes. We should be able to have factories that can tomatoes. Like the tilapia we produce in this country, I'm asking myself why we cannot can tilapia the way they do for, what's the name?
Sardines.
Sardine and all the others. I'm thinking one day we need to get there, because very soon you're going to have so many people producing tilapia and then it's also getting rotten again or stay in the freezers for long. But that's the problem we have had. We've always paid attention, let's produce. But what's the next level? Until Blue Skies came to this country, we all thought that mango has a season and at the end of the day it's over. Do you know that till today, Blue Skies has been importing all some of these fruits in order to produce for us. So even the local market cannot supply.
Producing all year round.
Support the production. So we need a food chain. That's where government comes in. For me as an individual, I can go into rice farming tomorrow, but after that, what else?
Yeah.
How am I secure that what I produce will be consumed? And there are also bottlenecks about exports. Export to where? What are the countries that need it? Can government harmonize all that and export it for all of us? Do I have to go through the struggle of exporting myself? Can we have a buyer entity like what you have with Cocoa Board or now with Gold Board, similarly, where you can have an authority that buys all the stuff? I remember under President Mills, that was one of the agenda for the National Buffer Stock Company, where the Buffer Stock Company buys the product off from the market and then preserve them and release them in lean seasons in the same vein to export. So we need some of these things. These are the interventions, radical interventions government must make. You remember those days when we were young, we used to hear about this place. They used to buy food stuff on the CMB road. What's the name? They used to buy, what's the name? Am I too young to make reference to this?
Yeah.
So, they used to buy foodstuffs. They call it. There's a name. Supply something. There's a name. Under Nkrumah, they used to buy.
Food Supply Company.
Yes, they used to buy foodstuff, and that was the business, and that sustains the year-round supply in the market. You see, the volatility with prices is what affects all our inflation.
Yeah.
If government can have a system where year-round, the way tomatoes is right now, or whatever the price now, it can be kept at that level year-round, you won't have these problems. But every time, sometimes tomatoes, a whole carton of tomatoes is sold for 400 Ghana in the same year, and another month is sold for 1,500.
I think government should be regulating prices as well. Then
No, it's not about regulation. If you make it available, the market will respond.
No, do you know why buffer stock was set up? Is to make sure that they have grains in stock,
right?
And then when there seems to be price shortage in the market, they release more, so that it stabilizes price. It doesn't mean government is controlling price. It's government making sure that the food is available, so that demand does not outstrip supply for market forces to increase the price. So it's not about government controlling prices. It's the government making sure that there's enough food in the system that when people need can be released. Not about controlling pricing.
All right.
You understand it?
Yes.
So let me add it to my contribution. So I think that, you see, the critical issue that we need to address now is we must take a bold decision that whether tomatoes or all these things, as he said, if you want it to be available all year round, you must be able to preserve it. How do you preserve fresh tomatoes? So the critical issue, if we as a country, I know the Nuclear Power Authority is working for 4 years now. They have worked. I think they have selected a site. Now government decided that say America and Russia or something should build a plant in Ghana. It's all about how we can fast track that process. If in the next 4 or 5 years we can have a nuclear power plant in Ghana that is generating electricity. At the same time, for me, aside the key is how to use it to preserve food that we produce. That is key, because see, our taste for this food is what we are used to. That is what we eat. And then government, you see, one thing we are not doing, and I've always said it, is that, see, we need to look out for small scale businesses that clearly show that they have a plan and they are making progress. And the government gives them the support, the money, the finance, everything. Today, people, do you know people are exporting kinky abroad through this country? Do you know that?
Yes.
The point is, those who are doing the export, can government put them together? Kinky is a staple food. We can make kinky a global food. If kinky is being exported by individuals, can you put them together, ask them, what do you need to export kinky out of Ghana in large quantities? So that kinky becomes a brand abroad. People are exporting fried fish.
Right.
They fry the fish and then they package it and they export it. If we can export fried fish, individuals, why can't government just say those who are into fried fish and even not even fried fish, even bush meat and the rest, people are exporting it.
They're exporting it.
If there's a market out there because the African community out there is big and they are in need of it, can government say these people, let's find the rightful people, support them and let them do this thing? Because see, it's not only about you feeding yourself, but when the commodity also become one that other nationals are interested in, it becomes motivation for your farmers to produce more. When we are complaining about rice import, the only reason we are complaining is that we are using our money to support somebody's economy where the rice is produced. So if we can also be producers of certain things that the world will need, and we can then create that market for our people to produce more, it becomes an economic advantage and a competitive advantage to us.
Right.
So you see, the ecosystem, a lot of people are left on their own to do a lot of things. And I think that if we put partisanship aside, one thing is that when governments are empowered, they say they are supporting entrepreneurs. Most of the money goes to party people. But if we can put that aside and say, look, this fair that has been organized, government is not there to come and make statements, but government is there to identify innovations that represented there. And the government says, on this date, all these innovations come to a meeting at the ministry. All that you are doing, tell us how you are going about it. What help can government give you to scale it up? Okay? Even within the West African sub-region, the amount of money we can make by just export, because see, as our neighboring countries here, the Sahelian countries, food production is not that as viable as is in Ghana. If we identify innovations here and government can help them scale up, you don't even need to go beyond the borders of West Africa. West Africa is 250 million people.
Right.
Okay? You don't need to even go beyond West Africa. And you see, we must take this thing very important because we are talking about AFTA. And in AFTA, if your people cannot add value, cannot bring up innovation, you lose out in AFTA. It means that you will be buying more from other countries instead of you sending more to other countries. So for a fair like this, government officials coming there, it's not about making statements. No. The question is, as the minister and his entourage came there and they left, how many innovations did they identify at this fair that they believe that if the government supports them, they can scale up? If they had done something like that, I would say that is but if you come to the fair, you see nice things, you talk, oh, Ghana wants to do this, and then you go. And it's not about identifying key innovators that you believe that Ghana can scale up through those individuals for them to become the key producers and exporters of that product out of Ghana. Then that will say people are just making speeches, but we are not really helping ourselves. Okay. So for me, I wish the minister would come out and tell us how many innovations. You see, Pakoshito, we all love it. But when it's in season, within 2 months, it vanishes. Yeah. Now you go and buy your cake, you don't even get Pakoshito to pepper to eat it because it's gone. But if there's a nuclear technology, food irradiation, and Pakoshito here can last for 2-3 years and still look fresh, why would the price be going up?
Yeah. Wisdom, you wanted to say something?
I wonder. I begged my brother to take 1 minute of his time. You know, something wonderful has happened within this period. And I'm not just giving credit to any political party. When government decided to do the gold board, we're already seeing the benefit of having a control and authority in only one commodity of the state. Many years ago, we had the cocoa board, which was very good to us. Nobody saw that model to be replicated in other areas. For instance, if you had a fish authority and you say, hey, listen, don't go through the struggle of exporting anything. I export for you. Just bring it, I'll buy it off you. So henceforth, nobody exports on your own. You bring them, go and fish, bring them. I as government, fish authority, I'm going to buy off that from you, and I will do the onward export. Okay. Can you imagine how much revenue is coming to the state in terms of our reserve, foreign reserve? This is where we are. So for instance, cocoa, rice, Ghana rice, the paddy rice and all that we've been talking about, the aveime rice, many of them are there, brown rice and all that. People speak very highly of our rice. Yeah. Can we have an authority in those areas where people just do your farming, I buy off you, and I do the export? Of course, if government is doing export in large quantities, everybody knows that quantity will reduce your overheads. And so it's even difficult for individuals to do the export. But if a government authority is doing it, it's easier. So indeed, we need to find a more lasting solution to some of these things that would eventually help our GDP growth quickly and our reserves. That's all I want to say.
Government power can also negotiate freight charges to come down.
Let me latch on to something that Wanda just said. Okay. It's important to realize that the idea is good, but it's already in action in a hybrid way, and I explain. We have the Ghana Commodities Exchange. If you recall, what the MPP did was one district, one warehouse. This is a 20,000 metric ton facility. Okay, and now what the warehousing did was give farmers storage facilities that Elvis was alluding to. Now, when you have the Planting for Export and Rural Development, PERD, under the MPP, what that did was, again, it gave, through the Ghana commodity exchange. For those who are Googling, it's GCX. And what that did, it found markets for you, helped you to do the export. That's why I said it's a hybrid. I understand where Wanda's coming from. But here, you are in Bumprugu, you are in Teshi, wherever you are, and you are farming. You're in Changle, wherever it is, in Bitim, in northern region. You have access to the warehouse. You produce, you harvest. It can be stored for you, and you're given a warehouse receipt whereby government can say that you have 3,000 tons of cashew. Value is $30,000 given by the Ghana government through the exchange, and that can enable you to purchase or attract a loan, a financial loan, because a government has given you confirmation that you have this value of product or commodity stored in the warehouses, which government can then, as Wanda is saying, export on your behalf. So some of these things are already in place. It's for us to really upscale it. What Elvis was talking about the nuclear irradiation, it's actually gamma irradiation. And with a company that we are presently working on rolling it out in Ghana. What gamma irradiation does, it uses cobalt-60. Okay. After every 12 years, the cobalt-60 is what actually irradiates, and it allows for phytosanitary. It prevents sprouting. Why would a yam spoil?
Yeah.
When it starts sprouting, okay, then the process of regeneration or spoiling happens. What gamma irradiation does, it's linked to nuclear, as he mentioned. It kills the microbial elements within it. It preserves it. It has something which we call sensen. If I get it correctly, it's I think sensien. Now, sensien is a way of saying to stop ripening or aging, and this is what it does. So that, as was mentioned earlier, when it passes and when you go through the gamma irradiation, now the cost is not the 1.something billion or 2 billion that Elvis was mentioning. That's for a nuclear plant.
Yeah.
A gamma irradiation plant can be a standalone facility costing in the region of $50 million to $250 million, depending on what it is that you want to do. I know that Ghana Atomic Energy Commission is working on that as we speak right now. And what it does is that, apart from preserving, which has been mentioned by my colleagues here, apart from preserving, it opens up other export opportunities. Try and sell your cashew nuts to Japan right now. I'm talking from Ghana. If you don't have the necessary phytosanitary certificate saying that it has gone through gamma irradiation. Now, imagine you're a farmer somewhere in the Volta region or somewhere in Cape Coast. How do you access this facility? I've just given you the cost of a facility between $50 million and $250 million. You produce, okay, and it can be packaged. When it goes through the radiation, it can go through packaging. So if we wanted to, for example, to actually gamma irradiate this water, okay, you don't have to take the water out or the product out or your fruit out of the packaging. It will pass through the conveyor belts and it will irradiate it. Okay. And as has rightly been said, there are no side effects. And it is a cold process. There's no heating, because you can preserve through what? Heat. Am I right?
Yeah.
Good. But this is a cold process. There's no heat exchange. Okay. And so these processes, when government, and as I say, we've started the process already, makes it a policy. Because the key beneficiaries, of course, is the farmer. Because now that 1.9 billion annual post-harvest loss, which Elvis was 100% right when I read up on it, it's nearly $2 billion we lose because of the post-harvest losses. And now, because of the network of warehouses that are already in the country, farmers have access to them. And then again, it's about positioning these gamma irradiation facilities, because it's about transporting to the facility, having it irradiated, and from there, you link with a freight forwarder, so that, as is mentioned, I think Elvis just mentioned it. You can then quickly, from farm to warehouse to the irradiation facility, and you quickly export it to your market. And the GCX, as I mentioned, MPP instituted that. It's linking farmers to markets, and it gives you also, when those of you are Googling, it also enables farmers to know current prices worldwide, and it gives you a link to an array of off-takers. So you're not limited to, let me send this to Oman, let me send this to Nigeria, let me send this to South Africa or Sweden. The GCX platform gives you, the farmer, the list of importers of your product. And then it's about linking, and that's why I said it's a hybrid. What Wanda was mentioning was, how can government replicate the gold board? So that now we will take it and export. There's pros and cons on that. It's good, but then everything becomes government. And once you have a bottleneck, or like your eggs are in one basket, when it collapses, the whole thing shifts. But it's a good idea. You want that kind of, how can I call it, fluidity.
Right.
While government is doing a portion, and it is, as we speak now, the the Ghana Commodity Exchange is a hybrid of what Wanda is saying. It's storing for you, the farmer, you get a receipt, and at the same time, it can help you export it. You know, so these are the things that government can do to really make sure that agriculture is has a value, so that again we create a value chain. We've started processing cocoa butter. We need to do more. There's a company, a Ghanaian company. When I say Ghanaian, indigenous, called Niche. That one I'll promote. NICHE. You've seen the Niche chocolates.
Yeah.
It is comparable with anything on the market globally.
Very true.
How we can make sure that Niche can process its own butter, the cocoa, so that we actually send out the cocoa butter or the cocoa paste and not the raw cocoa beans. We've started. It started in 2001, but we need to do more so that what we now do is exporting the cocoa finished product. I'm talking the paste and the butter for Lindt, for Hershey's, for Cadbury's and Roundtree's and the Mars industries to actually take off. So these are some of the things we can do now, if I can add my voice there.
Thank you. Let's switch our attention to the OSP versus Ken Ofori-Atta, and in this case versus Jampo, the acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Now, the OSP, he has strongly dismissed allegations suggesting that its ongoing investigation into former finance minister is motivated by personal bias. Now, Elvis, I asked you, to what extent should public officials, comment on such investigations?
I have not seen exactly what Professor Jampo has said.
Okay.
And the OSP coming to say Professor Jampo tested him during the process. They also didn't share what Professor Jampo said in the text. So, as to whether Professor Jampo is trying to influence the investigations, I can't tell, because I don't know what specific things he said or what is contained in the text that he said to have sent to the OSP or the call or whatever. You see, sometimes, that's why I always tell investigators, but it's better to do your work silently. When you do your work and it is press conference and public, you open yourself up for people to also tell you what they think about the way you are doing your work. I think that Professor Jampo, as a public official, I think he has responded per what he said. If that is what it is, if that is the truth, then I don't think it's aired, because he said he is only cautioning that the OSP should go about their work in a manner that it doesn't cause the state judgment debt or financial loss. Look, we lose a lot of money to judgment debt in this country. When things are done, it goes to court, and the court determines that the state didn't do it well. The state ends up using our taxpayers' money to pay for those judgment debts. So if Professor Jampo, as a public official, says that, you can go on with your work, but I think that my advice to you is to ensure that you work in a manner that you don't end up causing the state financial loss. If that is what he said, then I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. If the OSP had come out to say Professor Jampo is telling him not to continue or not to investigate SML, they will say that he's interfering in his work, or he's trying to prevent the OSP from working. But the OSP has not given us that indication. He's not giving us any indication that the Professor Jampo is asking him not to do the investigations. That's all the OSP said. It says he's received a call during the time they were doing the raid. But the content of the call, I do not know. So how will I be able to say that Professor Jampo is trying to actually influence the work the OSP is doing. So probably now that Professor Jampo has come out to say that he was only cautioning that they do the work in a manner that doesn't cause the state judgment debt. If the OSP think that Professor Jampo is said something contrary or tested him that is contrary to what he said, then it's fair that he lets the public know.
But is it appropriate for a public official to exchange, texts over an ongoing investigation with the OSP?
But what is wrong with that? The person says, if the person doesn't say stop what you are doing, or don't investigate this person because it's my friend, or I have interest here, so I don't think that I should investigate. If the person says don't investigate the person, it's different. But if the person says that you are doing your work, but I'm just cautioning that do it in a manner that you don't end up causing the state judgment debt. Please, what really is wrong with that? Okay? Right. They say do your work, but do it in a way that you don't cause the state judgment debt. I don't see anything wrong with it, because if there's a judgment debt tomorrow, it's our taxpayers' money that will be used to pay. Yeah, and say, Professor Jampo being part of government, if the backlash hits government, he's part of the government now. So he cannot escape that backlash if anything should happen tomorrow and then people begin now to say, but the government is the one. You'll be surprised that at the end of the day, nobody will be, when there's a negative now, the narrative will now move to government instead of the OSP. Do you understand? Yeah. So if you are all working as appointees of a government, and then one appointee felt that, I can give you this advice, a caution that whilst you are doing your work, make sure that you do it in a manner that it doesn't cause the state judgment debt. I don't think there's anything wrong. Okay. But if the person comes to say, this person is my friend, or these people I know them, or it's my relative, or for whatever reason, don't investigate. Then that one, the person is preventing you from doing it. That one, we all will condemn Professor Jampo if that's what he did. But as I said, the OSP did not. The statement it issued did not say that Professor Jampo has asked them not to investigate. He just said that Professor Jampo placed a call to him at the time they were doing the raid. He didn't disclose the content of the call. Okay? Even Professor Jampo's response shows that even the OSP did not answer the call. According to Professor Jampo's response, the call was not even answered by the OSP at the time. Yeah. So if I call you and you are doing a raid, and I say, look, what you are doing, do it in a manner that it doesn't cause judgment debt. I don't until that's what I'm saying, that maybe the OSP needs to come. Now that Professor Jampo has responded, maybe the OSP needs to come back and say, maybe Professor Jampo says the former finance is his friend, or is something, therefore he shouldn't investigate. Or somebody in SML, or SML as a company, he knows them, so they shouldn't investigate. Then that one, they will be discussing the issue from that perspective. Right. But just telling us that the person called you or sent you a text in the midst of your raid on SML, and that was it. There's no accusation of he is asking you or trying to impede the work you are doing. You've not said anything. Like the man now comes back and says, yes, I did call you, and my message I sent to you says that be cautious not to cause the state judgment debt. I don't think that this one, as I said, unless the OSB has something that is not said, if they bring that one up and Professor Jampo is interfering and saying don't investigate, then that one won't go after Professor Jampo for doing that. Then I don't think that if you are doing your work and somebody cautions you that the way you are doing your work, I think that be careful not to cause the state judgment debt. It's a problem, because we have sat in this country, we set up a whole commission to investigate judgment debt and write the whole report. Even after that, we have still paid so much money in judgment debt. So the way state institutions act sometimes actually end up costing all of us our taxpayers money. So if somebody finds it expedient to say, do your work, do it in a way and manner that you don't cause the state any judgment debt. For me, at this point, if that is what happened, I don't think that Professor Jampo has done anything wrong.
Right. Yeah. We'll come back and talk about this some more, but we have to take a break quickly. When we return, we continue the conversation. Don't go.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vano Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vano Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vano Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vano Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vano Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
From the latest in mobile technology and must-have appliances, Franco has everything you need. Are you looking for a smartphone like iPhone, Samsung, HMD? From cases to protectors, our wide range of accessories add style to your tech. Upgrade yourself with quality and affordable home appliances that makes life easier and comfortable, like speakers, refrigerators, TVs from 32 inches to 100 inches, air conditioners from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower, washing machine, and many more. Get yourself the latest laptop which gives you the high-definition video and long-lasting batteries. Get yourself our CCTV camera which will give you a high reliability that you need for your home. Find everything you need under one roof with Franco. Franco, the home of quality mobile phones, accessories, and your home appliances.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
You're welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Just before we went on break, we were talking about the OSP versus Kenuforiata versus Jampo. Ibrahim, let me start with you this time round. Where should the line be drawn between constructive criticism and the interference in legal processes?
Yeah. How do I unpack that? I know that's a nice one. You're going to already box me before I give my opinion. Where should the line drawn? The line should be drawn where you are actively interfering or impugning the integrity of officers of the state to carry out their job. You have the right to comment. Everybody, nobody should be muzzled.
Right.
If you see something, say something, but know how to frame what you're saying. So that's where the line should be drawn. So now let me explain why I say so. I think Elvis didn't quickly read up enough on what Jampo said. He talked about when he called him, he didn't pick, then he sent him a text, which he later shared, Jampo himself, Professor Jampo shared. And he said that, words to the effect that, I hope your investigation into SML is not a personal vendetta. Then you're impugning that what the OSP is doing is not in the interest of the state, by wanting to settle personal scores.
Yeah.
So straight now, you put the OSP in the dock. Now, anything they do, as a portion of the public can say, this one is not true. Him, as in Kisi Ajeben and Kenuforiata, they are settling scores. So now we get distracted from looking at the merits of the investigation and looking at something that Professor Jampo has now told us to look at. That there's a personal score. Because you can say that I'm hoping that this investigation is done thoroughly so there's no loss to the state. Nobody, I think, would query that kind of comment. But now you've thrown, let's say, a red herring or different bone into the soup. Now we're wondering, what is Kesi Ajebeng and Ken Ofori-Atta, what's their beef? Is he settling a score? Is he using SML as a means or foil to get Ken Ofori-Atta, incarcerated? You know, when I say incarcerated, if the investigations conclude to a point where he's found guilty of corruption, all right, which is the main thing, or using public office for profit, then there are consequences to pay. So now, see how my submission has even left SML and the investigation.
Yeah.
And I'm going on to
the vendetta.
The vendetta. Because you don't give us any evidence. You put it out there. And what Professor Jampo did, he then communicated the WhatsApp on his Facebook page. So we could see the communication. You know, so you impugn the integrity of the OSP. Is the OSP above board? Are they beyond reproach? Can we not investigate them? Are they totally clean? I'm not saying that. But when you do that, and you are an officer of the state, and then when you're an officer, you're no longer a University of Ghana academician, you know, giving analysis on TV. When you say something on the state, they can link it all the way back to the top. From a political point of view, no, you can, because it happens. You find somebody saying something, and another party will take what an individual has said, an individual who is a member of government. You are the acting CEO of Ghana Shippers Council. De facto, you are in government. And somebody can say, oh, somebody whispered in his ear. You know, if you want to do the politics, you can stretch it and say, oh, the president told him to say it. Meanwhile, nothing of the sort. You have to understand that you are now no longer within your safe space as a academician at the University of Ghana, but you're an agent of the state, given your position.
Right.
So what business do you have contacting Kesi Ajebeng to give him this caution? Yeah, it's a caution. What's your business? When was the last time you called the IGP to caution him about what he's doing? I'm talking Professor Jampo.
Right.
You know, it would be so wrong of me to bring up the BBC Africa Eye report on sex for grades. I'm not going there. We see now I've opened it up. People are now Googling Professor Jampo sex for grades. And they should do so. Because you were suspended for 6 months with pay. With pay, Professor Jampo. You see, now you're on the other side. When people want to hit you, we'll hit you. Because on that BBC Africa Eye program, the reporters who were pretending to be students, you were caught on tape. And you, Professor Jampo, asked the girl, what school did you go to? When she responded, you said, oh, I heard that school likes the P word. It's a morning show, I don't want to get graphic. But you can Google. Now, some say, Brian, how for this commentary, you're diverting to this? I'm trying to explain to Professor Jampo that be measured in how you conduct your affairs in the public. Because now, people now start throwing these, and I'm not the only one. You go online, you see references to the sex for grades that Professor Jampo was implicated in. And that was not what was on the table for discussion. You have to be measured. Now, I'm coming back to his issue now. It was wrong, in my opinion, for you to even text Kesi Ajebeng. This is my opinion.
Okay.
It's not a political opinion, my personal opinion. If you have some intel, wait and give him the information. Your interference at that critical moment when the investigation is going on does not add value to the investigation. It rather make people raise their eyebrows. Hey, what business is SML to do with you? Because this is not the only thing that Kesi Ajebeng, the special prosecutor, is doing.
Or investigating.
What about the other areas? You know, why did you not comment? When Kesi Ajebeng was commenting on the Airbus regarding then former President John Mahama.
Yeah.
Did you say anything? You kept mute because you had no issue there, no problem. And there's been other incidences where the Office of the Special Prosecutor has found it necessary to be investigating certain allegations.
Right.
Why have you not commented on all those other ones? And if you have in private, no problem. You've kept it private. But the moment you come publicly,
Definitely.
it makes the public now distrust the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I'm not saying we should take what they say,
hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sinker, thank you, Eno. But as a government officer, be measured, understand that's not everything you say publicly. I've been in government for 8 years. When did you hear me say something? You just don't. You find that government is a dynamic organism.
Right.
And sometimes what you see is not what is actually there. What you hear is not what is actually being said. So be patient. I'm talking Professor Jampo. Let the processes work. Then you say, oh, thank God I didn't say anything. If I'd said something, look at how foolish I would look. Allow them to do the work and behind the scenes give commentary. I'll leave my comment there.
Wanda?
Well, on the 11th of June 2025, 3 News reported that Jampo said, let's have balanced view on GRA SMLD. He and I'm trying to read something before I get into what I want to say.
Okay.
He tried to say that I want to see where he's going. It should be released on condition that we will read. I mean, it's talking about the report of the discussion clearly shows that we have not read through the scanty report release. And he went on and on and on. Let us have a balanced view of it. And if there is a clear need for the service, let's make that point. If there is a need for a review, we should talk along that line. It appears the regime is noted for clearing people even before they are investigated. And so we are fixated on that posture and all that. So in the lead up to this whole SML, even before, he's made some commentaries that seems to have a very, take or leave it, soft spot for SML. This is where the issue is coming from. It will suffice you to know that both Jampo, Professor Jampo and Dr. Kissie Jaben are classmates in Lagos. And so I did not expect this to get to this level. But you see, we all have to be measured. And I want to agree with my brother. We have to be measured. Once you are in government, your conduct within and without comes into sharp focus. You see, what he has done right now may put the president or any other top high-ranking government official in a fix. Because the president has just a week ago said that he's not going to interfere with any investigations. And then you have an official of the state, going on a tangent that is likely, and God forbid, when I don't think the president is aware about of this and all that, but you then make it difficult for us to defend the president.
Right.
Because you are not an ordinary government official. And if the MPP wants to be mischievous, they will latch on this and start going on and on and on and on. And I want to state clearly that the president is not aware. This is a personal relationship between Kissie Jaben and Professor Jampo, and they are doing their own thing. Unfortunately, it's gone out viral.
Right.
I think that Professor Jampo should exercise some restraints in his public conduct and private conduct, because by the time you are appointed as a political appointee, you now carry the cloak of both I don't know, a neutral arbiter at the same time, justice, deliverer or whatever of the sort. So you need some level of, I didn't want, of course, he's not a politician. I'm not any typical politician, won't even send a text. If I call you one, two, you don't pick, I won't send a voice note, I won't send a text, because tomorrow, and this is what is happening now, people are leaking private conversations and all that. Maybe over lunch, maybe over some, I ran into your office, and he's a high-ranking official. To enter OSP's office, that doesn't need to book an appointment. I'm sure he can just pass through, and once the receptionist or the secretary sees him, they will give him access. So he has to find that balance. It would help all of us. It will help the sanity of the state. It will help the sanity of the government. In fact, his own political career, if he intends to go along that line, it will help him that much. Kisi Jamin must also be very accommodative of criticisms. You see, public life is public life.
Right.
You know, we know that he's investigating, he's doing very well and all that, but he also must learn how to take some criticisms in good faith or in lightheartedness, or just let them be what they are. He has received more criticism than this. I don't know why this has generated into this, discourse, but I know that people have had press conferences against him. People have said worse things against him. In fact, the family of the person he's investigating have also written some things that suggest that it's a personal vendetta and all that. So I don't know why this has gotten out of hand. I just pray that cool heads will prevail. I just pray that some high-ranking government official will call them to order, and then we can have some sanity. It's very dangerous for government to be fighting among themselves and having all these issues. All you are doing is to give ammunition to your opponent. They don't even need to campaign. They just need to refer you to your own stance and some of the commentaries you have made against each other. And that ends, the life of the government. So we as observers, we as those from a distance, want them to exercise some restraint, the two of them, or any other government official, in commenting on such sensitive government issues. SML is a big issue in this country. It's the reason for which somebody is being extradited, as it were, or listed on the Interpol, red notice and all that. So you don't need to go into some of those discussions. We need some cool heads to prevail. We also need to give signals to our international partners that, look, we mean business when we say we're investigating the matter. It is not for anybody to play around the issue and and all that. And I'm so disappointed that text messages, WhatsApp messages are being leaked and all that. I think it's neither here nor there. Right. Worse things have happened. We've survived it. We will survive this one. Jampo should know by now. He survived, many attacks, based on some past events. So he will survive too. OSP has also survived. He will survive too. What's all this? And in politics, sometimes, maybe we have to understand that bad news even sells. Something you have to accommodate. There are people who will be in the news for the bad reason throughout their life, but they are achieving gains because all you need to do is that those bad news are not, you are not guilty in any of those. But bad news is definitely, come on. I was on TV the last time speaking about something. By the time I finished, people were sending messages insulting me. And why did you say this? Why did you say that? And I said nothing wrong. We were talking about the NPP and how what they were going through at the moment, with the emergency conference and all that. And I'm saying that, I'm not happy that what is happening in the NPP is happening. Somebody wants me to believe that the same thing is happening in the NDC. Why are you not talking about the NDC? So you are happy that what is happening in the NPP? We are also, and so you can be twisted for commentary.
Right.
Is the reason why we have to be guided, we have to be cautious, and we have to treat each other with respect and honor.
Right. Let's talk about President. You want to chip in something?
We are putting the issues in the wrong context.
Really?
I'm down on the narration of issues.
Okay.
SML raid happened over 2-3 weeks ago, when the so-called what we are getting to know happened. OSP never commented about it. It was last Saturday that Jampo commented on a TV station and made allegation that, or made a claim that he hopes it's not a personal benefit. All of the OSP is out there. Do you understand my point? So your advice to OSP to be careful of his reactions to criticisms is important. Because the person sent you the test, whatever you say transpired, over 3 weeks ago. You didn't tell the public that this is what Jampo has done.
Right.
The moment Jampo went to say, he hope this is not a personal vendetta, you are out there issuing a statement. You see, we should understand the test Jampo sent to OSP has nothing to do about vendetta. The vendetta was on a TV comment. It's a television comment. The test is sent to me according to what Jampo published, the test does not include a vendetta. If what I've read is right, the vendetta came out of a TV comment Jampo made over the weekend. And then the TV comment was made on a Saturday. Sunday, OSP issues a statement. Is it when you are holding public office? It doesn't matter. The president of the land is criticized, insulted any day. So if you are head of a corruption organization, it doesn't mean that you are immune from people's criticisms. The fact that the man said that he hopes, so people cannot express their hope. The man said, I hope this is not a personal vendetta. So it means that people are prevented from expressing their hope if it's about the work of the OSP. You want people not to express their opinion about what you are doing. It's not the way you hold a public office. You are holding public office, so anybody can express any opinion about you. And you should stop this thing that once somebody makes a comment, you want to respond. It's not what is going to convict somebody.
Right.
If somebody said, I hope, it's not a vendetta. Go to court. If you secure conviction, you made your case. It's not you responding to the person in the media space that makes it that you have a case. So the OSP also should understand that it's not immune from public criticisms. So if Jampo had not criticized him on TV, will he let the public know that Jampo sent him a test when he was doing the raid? Are we going to get to know that? Because he had a test over 3 weeks ago. He never told the public that when I was raiding SML, Jampo sent me a test or called me. We were not aware. He didn't say anything about it until Jampo criticized him on TV.
Yeah, but always.
Okay, the moment Jampo criticized on TV, a press statement is out. The Jampo is criticizing me, even sent me a message when I was doing the raid. And the Jampo now comes to respond. Do you see what we are doing? If he had not responded to Jampo, if he had not responded to Jampo, will Jampo also come back for another response? Will we be discussing this issue? No. So if he finds it not important to tell the public that when he was raiding SML, Jampo called or sent me a text, why did he now find it important? Because Jampo went on TV and said, I hope it is not a personal vendetta. Why?
Yes,
I'm supporting your point that
I agree. I support him, but I think
should not make himself like he's above criticisms. The president of the land this morning, maybe more than 100 people have insulted him already. Many people have said all kinds of about that. That's the president of the land, the number one man of the land. So you heading anti-corruption organization, you are not immune from public criticism. So if somebody expressed an opinion on TV and said, I hope what the OSP is doing is not a personal vendetta. He just said, I hope it is not a personal vendetta. It's an opinion. If the person expresses opinion and you think you have to respect the opinion, will you have time to investigate if you are so people start to now criticize you and then you'll be responding. Will you have time to do your investigation? So I think that he should be measured in his emotions. He should be measured in his emotions. He should know that the office he holds, the public office, people are free to criticize him any day, any time. The focus should be on the job. Okay? The focus should not what people are saying about you. Because the way it's going, if we are not careful, people will decide that a group of people decide that every day will now attack the OSP so that he will not have time to do his work, but will be responding to us. How will he have time to do the work? Public office is public office. Anybody at all can criticize you in public office. Okay? You are doing a job for the state. You are working for us, and I can criticize you. So I want to ask the question: why didn't he tell us when the call or test came?
That's why
now want us to know simply because Jampo has gone on TV to say, I hope it's not a personal vendetta. So if Jampo never know that Jampo had contacted him when he was doing the raid.
You see, the issue is the mischief we have to kill.
Okay.
You see, the OSP did not come out when he did it in private. Whatever the content of that is, I don't want to be read. These are friends, I've told you already, these are classmates. And so they might, have their own level of communication. That's not a problem. But the moment you make it public, in fact, even in defamation, for instance, the only way you can be, picked up for defamation or taken to court or sued is when you publish it. One, you have to publish. It must be defamatory. And you have to publish. And it must be targeted to somebody. That person is the one that will take you to court. So the SML thing is the same reference the private message talked about. Because he talked about when he was doing the raid. Then he comes on TV again, talks about the same SML and saying if he doesn't have a personal vendetta. I know that you could, bypass this or leave this to pass. However, maybe the OSP felt that it was going overboard and this is the time to put a stop to it. He could have also done it in private. That's why I felt that the two of them had not exercise restraint.
Yeah.
Because they are public officers. Exercise restraint. That's what I'm asking for. Across board.
Okay.
One thing led to the other. If he didn't send the message, OSP wouldn't have responded. If OSP hasn't responded, he also wouldn't have come back. So when, like the Bible says that, you say a gentle answers, quenches strife. But whatever, causes wrath.
Yeah.
So it is important that both of them exercise restraint across board. The two of them, I'm not going to talk for one or the other, but the two have to exercise restraint.
Okay. We have a couple more minutes to go, but let's quickly touch on President Mahama's appointments.
I wanted to say something.
You wanted to say something?
So on this particular one, I depart from Elvis's position.
Right.
Yes, everybody has the right to criticize or critique the OSP, and I've said it in my earlier submission. But look at the chronology of events. And Professor Jampo himself said, I was cautioning him that his investigations, based on rumors he's hearing, I'm talking Professor Jampo, across the political divide, that this investigation should not be personal. He's accusing or cautioning, whatever you're doing, it should not be personal. So you heard something, and then that is the basis upon which you want to caution Jampo, to the point that you want to call him. One does mention that there are ways and means that you can say, Chile, I've heard something, when can we meet? Why was it critical? Because when you call, Elvis mentioned, if you call me and you don't pick, I don't care. I won't text you a message. But after you call and because he didn't pick, then you proceeded to send a text. What was so urgent that you had to communicate this rumor to the OSP? I'm talking Professor Jampo. Because as I mentioned, other investigations are ongoing. Why did you not vocalize your concern
on the
other areas as well? That you hope it's not personal vendetta that he's pursuing. And these are the words that he has used himself. I'm talking Professor Jampo. It's not somebody adding or putting words in his mouth. He's explaining exactly what it was. You know, because he says in the Facebook post that it was Kisi Ajeben was saying that he called him. He said, I didn't call you. I didn't call your office. I called you in capital letters. And the reason why I was calling you was to caution you that given rumors across the political divide, that, you know, be careful. I hope this is not a personal vendetta. I mean, anyway, let me end there.
Let's briefly touch
the story will go
going
to
China.
A caution and accusation are not the same thing.
I didn't say he was accusing.
So a caution.
Let's briefly touch on Kojo going to China. You know, there's a lot of things happening in China where he's going. U.S. bombed Iran. Iran says they are closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is an essential route for global oil tankers, which in essence will affect, you know, oil prices worldwide, Ghana inclusive. What can Kojo Bonsu do to ensure that Ghana's economic stability and energy stability are not affected? Because I know that the U.S. have reached out to China to prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Give him only 1 minute. It takes all the time from us. So, why did you mention Kojo Bonsu?
He's going to China. He's been appointed as an ambassador. Yes.
I heard the MPA boss on TV this morning, and he stated clearly that that will not immediately affect us unless the conflict, you know, prolongs. You know, every government has strategic stock. As we speak, the MPA says that they have stock to last us for 2 months. Now, so when you start making your next orders and the prices shift, that's when you start doing the build-up, the price build-up thing. So we hope, first and foremost, that this comes to an end very quickly. And number two, we also hope that our inflation, including our exchange rate, the CD to dollar exchange rate, would make up for the increment, because that's where the trigger is. Sometimes there's no price change on the oil market, on the international market, but because your CD has devalued or your local currency has devalued, prices can still go up. So when you have a combination of the two, where your local currency is devaluing at the same time the prices, crude oil prices is going up, then you have this problem. But again, we have a longer term project to end some of these shocks that come directly from abroad. For instance, if we're able to do our gas pipeline project, which is the phase 2 of Ghana Gas, some of these things will be cut off, where you can, refine, you can get gas from your fields and all that. Number two, if we are also able to manage our currency, we're fine. If we're able to also manage our imports, we're an import-dependent economy. We're importing virtually everything. So if you can feed yourself, grow and feed yourself, such that you don't have to take the hard currency out, then you can also be managing the currency as well. So indeed, gamut of issues to be done, and it has to be done as quickly as possible, so that the structural defect that our economy has, which is the reason why everything hits us, Russia, Ukraine hit us very hardly. What else? What else hit us? Many other, COVID came and we were badly hit as well.
Yeah.
And so, indeed, a lot of things have to be done, which is the structural change to our economy. And Gold Board is beginning to prove, good in that regard. That's why I was advocating for others until my brother drew my attention that the Ghana Community Exchange, Commission is also one entity like that. We need some of those homegrown stability measures to arrest some of these shocks from the external world. It will shock you to know that even what America is doing, they are not bothered about you closing your homes because they have enough for within their own shores to take care of themselves. Yeah. So America doesn't care if you close or you don't close.
Yeah. What should Kojo be focusing on? We have like 60 seconds to wrap up, unfortunately.
In terms of China or related to the
in terms of China, and let's talk about Galamsey because the ambassador to Ghana, the Chinese ambassador to Ghana, he was fending off blame that his nationals are not to blame for Galamsey. In light of diplomacy, what should Kojo be focusing on as he heads to China?
Well, in terms of China and Galamsey, what Kojo Bonsu should do is work on strengthening the bridges that we have with China. But in strengthening those bridges, he also has to recognize where there are excesses from Chinese nationals operating within Ghana, and see how and the ways and means by he can create a strong narrative for China to take action where necessary. I'm talking Galamsey now, but the Chinese ambassador is right. We allow the Chinese to come in. So it's the ball is in our court. But again, you have to be diplomatic. You have to be constructive, measured in how we deal with China, a superpower whose nationals flout the laws that we allow them to here. So it's a fine line, but diplomacy should pay dividends.
Elvis, do you want to touch on trade? And how we can scale up on trade in China, especially with the US 10% tariffs, in less than 30 seconds.
The Hormuz Straits it's about a fifth of the world's oil passes through that place every day. That's about 20 million barrels. Iran itself produces about 3 million barrels a day and export 2 million. So anything that should happen to that strait means that you are losing a fifth of the oil production, which means that there will be demand and supply issues. So prices of crude oil will skyrocket. When that happens, everybody in the world will suffer.
Right.
Western countries may even go into recession because they just are trying to escape recession. But in the event of oil prices skyrocketing, obviously there will be a problem for them.
Right.
Trade is everything. I always say that when you look at the economy, you're talking about figures and all that. The bottom line, all those figures are coming from trade. So an economy is largely what you do in trade. So trade is very important. That's why when we appoint diplomats, I always ask ourselves, what do you think we appoint them for? Most of the time, we just think that they should go there, sit there, and have fun. But the problem, U.S. diplomacy in Ghana is about 70% trade and 30% security. Canada, those who understand what it is, when there's a change of president, you see all of them, they are key personalities coming to your country. What they do is to come and secure more business opportunities for their companies operating in your country.
So that's a similar thing that Kojo should be doing.
But the question is, all along our diplomacy lines, what have we been able to assist our economic rights, people, businesses from Ghana to move to operate in those countries? Have we been able to achieve that? We have to take a second look at how we deal with our diplomatic missions. Because for me, as I said, if the U.S. Embassy is going to facilitate those who are exporting chicken to America, it's a more viable thing than going to meet some diplomatic somewhere and drink tea and wine.
10%
because
extra.
For me, it's helping the local business find opportunity in those countries and make money from there. Is why they are there in the first place. So I believe that China, for instance, the way the world is going, right now China is our number one trading partner. So Elvis, if you go there as an ambassador, there's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you very much. Elvis Wanda Ibrahim, I'm grateful that you joined me this morning. That's our segment for you. The morning show continues right after this. Don't go away.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
Hello Ghana, I'm Tommy Ananforson. Our homes are our sanctuary. But safety is not all about locks, fences, and cameras. This is where Response One comes in. Their advanced monitored alarm system just doesn't record crime, it prevents it. In moments of danger, Response One's 24/7 monitoring ensures immediate help. With their theft protection guarantee, this is true peace of mind. I trust Response One to keep my family safe. You should too. Visit responseoneghana.com or call 0302 Secure 1.
Response One, stay connected, stay protected.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Refugee, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yende, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV, and we are glad to be joining you from now till 11 a.m. My name is Chris Carter.
And I am Philip Ni Latte. It's been an exciting moment we had with you at AgriFair 2025. It was a Friday to remember. It was a Saturday to recall. And it was a Sunday full of memories. So we are just excited that you were able to come to our exhibitors, to our vendors, to our sponsors, to everyone who came, because without you, we couldn't have done it. We're just excited that you were able to come in your numbers. The exhibitors were able to buy, or rather showcase, and the patrons were able to buy. The vendors out of stock, people sold excessively and all that. But without you, our viewers, we couldn't have done that. We are just excited. And Chris, I saw you there. I noticed that did you buy your goat?
No.
You are?
But I bought other things.
You bought other things?
Yes, I actually got very distracted
okay.
from the goat, and I bought other things. Like right now, I think I have like a mini farm at home.
Oh, really?
Yes, because I bought a lot of herbs and veggies. So I have rosemary, I have basil, I have lettuce, I have like all of them, already growing and sprouting out. So I bought a bit of seedlings. I bought the ones that already grow now. So I basically have everything for salad. If you come to my house, I don't need to go to the...
Okay, I'll make sure that I'll come to your house so that I'll have a feel of that. We are just excited, like we keep saying, that without you, we couldn't have done it. All the exhibitors that came in there, the kebab vendors, the people who sold pork, rabbit, and all that. Did you have a taste of the rabbit? Yes, you're just running away from it.
I say it's
superb.
superb.
Then you've really lost out, because it's a very, very delicious meat. Trust me. You wouldn't want to take it away. Like if whatever you come across rabbit meat, you should try and have a taste of it so that you just know how it feels. But this is the maiden edition of AgriFair 2025, and like we indicated at the grounds that we are picking feedbacks and all that, hoping that we are going to get all the needed feedbacks that we need for the next edition. And already patrons are calling, vendors are calling, exhibitors are calling that we should actually do it once a month. That tells you what really went into it. And on Friday we had the Deputy Agric Minister come there. John Dumelo was in there, who is a farmer himself. It was just fantastic that he passed through. There were conversations that were had and all that. On Saturday, we had the Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Samson Ahin, also passed through. He also made some salient points about how we can be able to go more or further in the agribusiness, and that can really propel the country on to higher heights. And also with him was the Minister for Agric and Food, or Food and Agriculture, that is Eric Opoku, who also came, made mention of the fact that Ghana really wants to go in more with irrigation, and that is going to help a lot. Yesterday, we had the Chief Executive Officer of Exim Bank, that is Ghana Exim Bank, Sylvester Mensah, who also passed through, and I heard it on CBS this morning that before he actually started touring, he was like, Charlie, let me sit down and get something to eat. And he really, really, really got himself well treated there yesterday. So that is AgriFair 2025 for you.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it, especially for the fact that everything agriculture was under this umbrella, from the agro processing to different innovations to the livestock to aquaculture. Everything that you would think about the agriculture industry was there. Even the fact that new innovations were then helping farmers and people who want to get into this industry to, succeed. Everything was there. I saw so many things that I'd never even imagine, especially when it comes to agro processing. You understand, different machines and all that, and also talking about innovations and ideas. There's this stand I went to, I think Volta, what has to do with
I think Volta something, Volta Catch or something.
They sell, they are actually into the aquaculture. They are coming up with the it's a chips made from tilapia.
Yeah, I have it. I
had a taste of that, and it was so good.
And when it was given to me, I actually ate this, and I was like, "What is it made from?" And I was told it's tilapia. I was like, "Whoa!"
Right?
No. A lot of people are really putting a lot of innovation into these things and trying to. You see, this is the way we can go. When we have innovative ways of trying to get things done in this country, saying we have the final stage, value addition to our products.
Right.
We'll go a very long way.
Right.
It's not like we are just bringing the cocoa from the farms and we are just exporting. We are just doing the catfish, the tilapia rearing or catfish rearing or rabbit rearing, snail farming and all that. We do not add value to them and we just export. But if you move from the stage where we are just on the farms and we get to the stage where we add value to it, it will be good to go. And even with the clinics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The clinics, I think, were very important. And I like the fact that a lot of people patronize it. That is to tell you that there is interest when it comes to some of these things. It's just about knowing how to do it. And I like the fact that we were able to give people that platform to come and learn how to do it. And then you can get into it and the right ways to, you know, succeed in this business. And also another thing I also enjoyed was the fact that some people brought different fruits that uncommon fruits. I would call them uncommon fruits because
CSR bought something.
Exactly. That was the rambutan. Rambutan is usually found in Southeast Asia. So it's Asian, but it's actually also grown in Ghana.
Whoa.
He called somewhere in Ghana, yeah. And also the dragon fruits. There's actually a dragon fruit farm here in Ghana. And it's also an Asian fruit. So I like the fact that people are really getting into, you know, farming exotic plants. Even this other company brought, you know, seedlings of some of these exotic plants. Somebody brought the dragon fruit and somebody also brought apple or something.
Wow.
Yeah, there.
Wow.
So it was already growing. So just come and just buy it. I mean, they've done the hard job of letting it sprout out.
Oh.
So all you just need to do is just come and let's buy the bag and let's just go.
Me, I was just shocked because we were just sitting here promoting on radio, we were promoting, and the numbers that came was amazing. But Chris, that is it. We will bring you highlights of what happened day 1, day 2, day 3 in the course of the show, but also get to know that this is the month of City Business Festival. All the things we are bringing you is geared towards the City Business Festival month. Today we're bringing you on a series and we are looking forward to bringing you the topic understanding the digital economy, and Neil Latte will sit with his guest shortly. But this is the City Business Festival month. You should make it a point, if you haven't started with us yet, please make sure that you are ending with us, because we have some few days away from now to end the month of June, just about 7 days more. But for working days, it's going to be like just 5 days from now to end the month of June. So you can see on your screens, understanding the digital economy, which will be led by Anthony Fisu, the lead architect at Absa Bank Ghana. Make sure that you are part of this particular segment. Get to listen to what you need in the digital space that will help your business.
Right. Anyway, I guess we've had a good talk on, you know, some of the things that happened over the weekend. And I'm sure this is also something that is trending, because it trended for us. So yeah, this is our trending topic. But then let us check out our video of the day and then we will continue with what we have.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
It wasn't a market day at Asasewa, but a market day right here in the national capital, Accra. On Friday, Channel 1 Television decided to bring together all the players in the country's agricultural value chain. Think of farmers, think of entrepreneurs, agri-tech innovators, we had researchers, processors, the financiers were here as well, and of course the lovers of good food and fresh produce.
And actually we wanted to give you the video of the day, but we thought it wise that, well, the video of the day will be appropriate that we bring you what happened at AgriFair 2025. So, Chris, for our viewers, please enjoy. We are giving you day 1, day 2, day 3, so that you know what happened there. Next time, if we sit here and we are asking you to come, you wouldn't stay home, but come. But let's give you excerpts of what happened there. Enjoy.
It wasn't a market day at Asasewa, but a market day right here in the national capital, Accra. On Friday, Channel 1 Television decided to bring together all the players in the country's agricultural value chain. Think of farmers, think of entrepreneurs, agri-tech innovators, we had researchers, processors, the financiers were here as well, and of course the lovers of good food and fresh produce. They were all here at the AgriFair for the country's agricultural diversity, and the focus, or if you like, the mantra was from the farm to the table. So let me give you an idea of what we had here. We had tomatoes, onions, cassava, yam, plantain, livestock, fish, meat, eggs, poultry, and what have you. So let me now give you a sense of, the kind of vendors we have here as well, and try to engage them right about now.
Smaflis Trust Ghana Limited at the AgriFair. Yes, we are into the production and exportation of vegetables. We have okra, tomato, cabbage, all sorts of vegetables. As you can see, we have sold out everything, and there are people in queue. So the fair has really met our expectations, and we encourage people at home to come and buy. We brought the market here, so come and buy whatever you need for the weekend.
Purchases have been overwhelmed so far, and I think it's one of the best exhibitions of, in an agri sector.
So it's just day 1. What are we likely to see in the next 2 days?
Honestly, my team and I are just wondering what we are going to do in day 2. Considering today is Friday, Saturday weekend, then we have to prepare.
Interesting spot, and you may be wondering why men in uniform are participating in the AgriFair 2025. This is the stand of the Ghana Prison Service, and they are also exhibiting and selling exactly what and why we are here to find out.
Even having cabbage, lettuce, and carrots. We also have sheep and goats also at our stand. We also have pigs also in our stand. We also have rabbits also in our stands. It's very unfortunate that the period was so short. We couldn't bring all the things that we produce, but the little that we have even brought it so that people will know that it's not only keeping up the image, but we also do a whole lot of things. We are into aquaculture production. We are into catfish and tilapia also production. The duration that we got to know of the fair was very short, but we could see that once we even came and exhibit our product, people have even gotten to know that it's not only keeping up the image that we have been doing. So this one is also a way of even telling the public that we also do farming in order to generate a little this thing for the system and closing the funding gap.
Let me engage some patrons who participated in the first day of the AgriFair 2025. A lot rushing to get food items to take home. This is what is happening at the AgriFair 2025. I can see a lot of people here. I just want to find out from them what exactly they are buying. And so the farm gate has been brought right to your doorstep. Madam, what are you buying?
I'm buying some tomatoes, shallots, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. I think they look good and the prices are cheaper than you normally find in the market.
The Feed Ghana is about feeding ourselves, feeding the industry, and then exporting the rest. And we're feeding ourselves, we just want to produce more food. And always there are excesses, and the excesses is what we push to the industry to add value. And then after that we export. And so it's a good time to be a farmer. It's a good time to be in the agro-business space in Ghana.
Find the prices and the quantity with which you were served with.
I think the prices are cool.
compared to what I buy around and even what I get from the market. I'm sure I've saved about 200 cedis. And I like the fact that the things are very fresh. And I can trust the source. If I go and there's anything wrong, I can always come back to them.
There was support from development partners and corporate sponsors, many of whom believe in agriculture as a driver of the economic transformation of the country. They were also here to exhibit and sell. Let's find out what some of them had on display. So this is Legacy Crop Improvement Center, correct? Empowering Ghana's seed industry, and you are one of our sponsors for this year's, AgriFair. How does this fair also fit in your business objectives?
Okay, so Legacy is a seed business entity which we produce seeds such as maize, cowpea, and we have our newest varieties in vegetables, that's pepper and okra. And this year we try to come to AgriFair to exhibit what we have at Legacy Square to a Standard Park.
Sponsors here, Agri Impact Group Limited, and they are here. I can see that their boxes are empty. You came with quite a number of things. You've sold out. How did that happen?
Okay, I think this program has been very successful. We've been participating in other fairs or other exhibitions, but I think today's one is exceptional. Comparing that the quantity we estimated it was for 3 days. Like the quantity we bought was for the whole 3 days, but just today everything has finished and we've called for reorder. So it has been so good. Yeah.
The first day is just the beginning.
I mean, look, Friday we didn't know we'd get this number of people. We felt that, well, people are working and stuff, but actually it's in the afternoon on Friday and we have a very good crowd. Some of the vendors are like, Charlie, we didn't know we'd get this many patrons, so they are bringing more food. It's great. It's going so well. The place is big, people are excited. We are looking forward to tomorrow because a lot of those who are not able to come today, in fact, a lot of people have threatened that they will come again because some wanted some things that they said they will bring tomorrow.
For food and agriculture, what was that key message to government in terms of helping farmers to scale up production and also agri investments?
You see, somebody said, make America great again. Make agri great again. That's the message. Let's make agri like the days of a champion. Proud to be farmers. Develop the value chain. Support the farmers. Give them markets. Develop the infrastructure. Give them finance.
Over fried rice anytime. Fufu over pizza anytime. Kente over lenin any size. High life over hip hop one twice.
Well, second day of the AgriFair 2025 is a whole different vibe. Because I can see I'm moving swiftly and nicely and swaying along the music. That's because in Chin Chin Band, my favorite band, is performing for us here. So in addition to coming to buy and also coming to sell, you get to tap your feet, you get to move around and dance a while because Chin Chin Band is performing wonders here. But of course, this is the AgriFair, a fair that has been put together by Channel 1 Television to bring the two parties, the sellers on the one side and the buyers on the one side. If you haven't heard, well, there's a big market happening at the Ifwa Sutherland's Children's Park here in Accra Central. Just coming here, it's a 3-day event. We started on Friday and we're continuing today on Saturday and we're finishing on Sunday. It's merrymaking, it's music, and most importantly, lots of sales, lots of farm produce from the farm gates brought here, and machinery also to aid in the agricultural business. I'm going to speak to, for starters, with someone who is engaging in agricultural equipment, heavy industrial machinery, and then also hear from some of the people who are selling produce that has been made from farm produce. So join me for Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 Television. Well, so we focus on the farm produce, but what happens when you buy the farm produce? You could either store it, you could eat it immediately, or convert it to something else, and that's what we are coming to do. So this is the Eden tree. Come closer. Eden tree.
Yes.
What do you do?
Oh, we package fruits and vegetables, and we distribute to the supermarkets. And we work with outgrower farmers, small-scale farmers.
Do you have the do you own the farms yourself, or you just go and you're an off-taker?
We own about 2 farms, and then we off-take because what we produce on the 2 farms, we cannot handle the demand. So we take from small-scale farmers.
So you do vegetables and fruits or only fruits?
Vegetables and fruits.
That's what you do. So you package and you sell.
And then juice. We also do juice.
Yeah, I took your juice. It was really nice.
Thank you.
For a farm to be successful, of course, you need the machinery for plowing, for all the necessary exercises that are carried out on the farm. So at this AgriFair, we not only have the farm produce, we also have the tools for producing. Hello, sir, join me. So you run this place. What's the name of your company?
Gali Genetics Farm Inputs and Logistics.
Gali Genetics?
Farm Inputs and Logistics.
Okay, so you do inputs and you do logistics. Talk to me about the kind of things you have here.
Okay, we have everything that we use to rear animals, to do farm work. So we have power tiller to prepare the land. We have feed making pellet machine to prepare feed for livestock, especially catfish. We have chaff cutting machine to cut grasses and also to mill feed like corn, any other cereals. We also have the peanut shelling machine. So that one, we use it to shell or treasure the peanuts after harvesting from the ground.
So this is Channel 1 Television, the AgriFair, the second day of this particular event, 2 of 3. Now, to give you other perspectives to what has been happening here, let me connect to my colleague Nashika Caesar, who has been speaking to vendors, buyers, and having a general overview of the AgriFair 2025.
Organized by Channel 1 TV, the AgriFair aims to bring together farmers from across the country, along with agri-tech innovators, agro-processors, import suppliers, development partners, and consumers. This year's edition follows the recent City Business Forum on Agriculture, which underscored agribusiness as a key driver of economic transformation. The Minister of Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku, and Deputy Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Samson Ahi, were in attendance on day 2. Vendors, especially those from the technology and research sectors, expressed satisfaction with the turnout so far.
Right now, from remote sensing, using solar drip irrigation, digitalization is playing a very key role in terms of agricultural development, moving agriculture from success to significance, where we have high yields using lower resources, i.e. Lower space area, using hydroponics, and several technologies which CSI has come with.
This fair has been overwhelming. Interplast, we heard of this, got the interest to also come and let our farmers see the irrigation solution we have for them. Talking of our drip irrigation solution and then the sprinkler irrigation solution. We came and then we've really had a very good one.
Patrons who made purchases at the fair also shared the excitement over the quality and affordability of the product.
One about very soon we will have the Minister of Agriculture in the country, Eric Opoku, and also the Deputy Minister for Trade and Agribusiness and Industry, Samson Ahi.
So far, I've bought some eggs and some tilapia from Volta Catch. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far because usually I'll go to the open market with my list every month, but this time around they brought a farm close to us.
Already bought tilapia. This is yam. I'm going to put in a car and then come back to buy other stuff.
So I bought some tomatoes, some carrots, banche, lettuce, a lot of greens, and mostly veggies.
Going to cook? What are you going to cook?
Oh, I think some good light soup with fufu, because I bought some banche and some plantain. So hopefully this afternoon, the way the sun is scorchy, fufu would be very good.
A key highlight of the AgriFair is the Agri Clinic, a hub for experts consultations, personalized agribusiness advice, and technical support. One participant, Hubert Daka, described the session as highly insightful and impactful.
Today, at least, we've learned the value chain line, and we've learned a lot about the various types of poultry and the risk areas and the business model should develop if we want to go into it. And I think that we have a great potential in a country where we can tap into
Sponsors of the fair also share their views on the event progress.
We are so happy to be part of this fair and as the main sponsors of the AgriFair as well. As you know, Development Bank Ghana is a wholesale bank, so our partners are the banks. But today and yesterday has given us the opportunity to actually meet with the SMEs directly. So we've had a lot of interaction with a lot of SMEs who fall within the sectors that we operate in. And we've had a lot of them passing by, and it's also give us the visibility that we need.
So I would say that it's a very fantastic organization that we see here. We've seen different types of organizations or Ghanaian made in Ghana goods here displayed here. Agricultural products and all that. So I would say that thumbs up to Channel 1 TV for organizing something like this for Ghanaians. And I would like to also say that at Exim Bank Ghana, these are some of the things that we would like to support so that we can, expand, agricultural or agribusiness among the people of Ghana.
So far, I think we are happy because our members are here, they are making sales. I just spoke to one of our members and they're happy because I think the turnout is very good. So we are really very excited to be part of this maiden edition of the AgriFair.
And that is what you've seen for day 1 and day 2. We'll bring you day 3 shortly, but some prominent institutions and all that, Imani Africa has also spoken largely about the event we held and is on our CNOW citynewsroom.com portal. You can go there and you see that story. So it reads, the agricultural sector took center stage in Ghana's economy and policy discourse through 2 key public events, the City Business Forum, which happened last week, and also Channel 1 TV's AgriFair, and a significant international investment announcement supporting the cocoa sector. From upstream production to downstream processing and market access, there was a shift from the narrow interventions to full value chain thinking. The City Business Forum and Channel 1 TV's AgriFair both provided platforms for multi-stakeholders discussion around agriculture, conversation centered on boosting productivity through better input, mechanization and extension services, improving credit access by de-risking the sector for financial institutions, increasing public and private financing, particularly for agri-businesses and post-harvest infrastructure, promoting agro-processing and value addition to reduce post-harvest losses and enhance export potentials, strengthening agricultural research and extension, which remain weak link in Ghana's productivity challenge, and facilitating better marketing and distribution systems. So basically, this is what we've been talking about here for a very long time. But most institutions and say organizations have taken key note of what Channel 1 TV has done, what City FM has done about AgriFair, and how we've been able to push the agenda. For all what we have done, someone say that the rest lies at the doorsteps of leadership.
Right.
How we are going to move from one stage to the other, because this channel, we are creating the avenue for you to know what is really happening within our agricultural space and how we can get solutions to remedy these problems and be better off as a country. But before we have further conversation on this, let's bring you what happened on day 3, which was a Sunday, and trust me, it was fantastic. Enjoy this short one.
It's day 3 of the 2025, the maiden edition of the AgriFair. For the past 3 days, we've brought together farmers, technology firms in agri and buyers on in the bid to promoting agriculture, a major contributor to Ghana's GDP. Now, this has been made possible by Channel 1 TV with massive support from City 97.3 FM, and it's all happened here at the Fuwa Sutherland Park, Children's Park here in Accra. So you can see behind me a mini market currently ongoing, buyers busily shopping from tubers to vegetables all on sale here. My colleague Natile Netajaho has a wrap of the 3-day event, but before that, come with us. Let's engage with some of the patrons and some of the exhibitors. So what do you have for us today?
Okay, so we have Refugee rice and we also have Refugee chicken. These are all made in Ghana products. So we produce chicken in different parts and then the full chicken as well. We understand that Ghanaians have the taste for chicken and then rice. And then people are health conscious, so they want something that isn't polished, that isn't so, going to affect their health. So as we have thought about it that way, we decided to give them what they are looking for. And that's why we have everyday foods on the market.
Okay. Tell me about your experience at this fair the past 3 days.
Oh, it's been great. It's been very great. I mean, we expected like a very huge, or let me say massive turnout. But at some point, it was very overwhelming for us because even though we had helping hands along the way, it was becoming like, it was getting bigger and bigger. How has your customers received you at this fair? How has the experience been for you the past few days?
Okay, well, basically it's our first time. So when we got here, we were very excited because people came around and patronized our product. We were asking questions about our products. So what we also give them the new explanation that they have to know and give them some flyers to them to contact us later. So we believe that this thing can come on again, maybe every 3 months. We're very glad.
All right, let's now take that report from my colleague Natile Netajaho, which is a wrap-up of all the events that have happened here in the past 3 days at this year's 2025 AgriFair.
For 3 days, the Effa Sutherland Park was transformed into a one-stop market offering fruits, vegetables, livestock, poultry, and everything agriculture. It was sold directly from Ghanaian farmers and agro-processors. But today is the final day and it's closing with some energy and some color. Some vendors have also made booming sales. Let me engage some of them on how the fair has been so far.
It's been crazy. With the numbers we've had, we didn't expect. This has been a very well organized, well publicized, and the crowds have really responded well to whatever you guys did. So kudos to you. This is something we hope would keep happening because we as farmers are doing the work we do for a reason. We want to change Ghana. We want people to eat what we grow in this country. We want more people to turn their gaze back to the farm and understand that, hey, there's money to be made in the farm and we can feed our country. So we do what we do because we want more people to come and do the same thing. So we appreciate the partnership, we appreciate the publicity. We want more people to see this and understand that the farm is where the action is. Come, let's farm and let's feed the country.
I think it's been awesome since we came on Friday, and the expectations were very high, and indeed you guys have really met our expectations. I think sales was also good on the first day. I think at the point we even ran out of stock. And then we had to go back to the depot to bring some more stock. And I think it's been phenomenal since we came. I think it's something we guys should keep up. I don't know whether it's going to be like twice in a year or every quarter, but something that should be sustained over the years.
This happens to be one of the most patronized, both in terms of people that I've seen going around and also in terms of the sales that have been made while we've been here. Since Friday, every single day we have sold out. I'm expecting that today as well we'll sell out. And each time we've almost doubled the amount of product that we bring in. So it's not just a factor of we are bringing and they're selling out the same quantity. The first time we brought in a quantity, we doubled that quantity, got sold out yesterday. And then today we doubled that as well. And we're hoping to see how that goes as well. But some way, somehow, something seems to really work with this particular AgriFair.
For buyers, it's been an opportunity to get fresh food at unbeatable prices straight from the source. Let's hear from some of them too.
I think it's an amazing initiative. I think it's a very good initiative. Any opportunity that provides producers and practitioners in the sector to showcase their business and to let the public know what is available, what they can purchase, what they can go into, I think is welcome. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for producers and users together to engage. So I think it's a great initiative.
Quite impressive. I didn't know, it was a friend who said, oh, somebody told her about it, and so after service
we decided to pass by to see, but I think I'm impressed.
So what did you buy?
We bought some grapes, some local rice, then some spices.
Of the prices here compared to?
I think it's quite reasonable.
A single point of farmers and interested parties coming for knowledge gaining. How the farmers. I saw that the classes are organizing for snail farming and poultry and all, and also the technology. You can see like in green the irrigation. We have irrigation for unattended farming. Right? I am not telling that it is very cheap, but it is moderate.
Sponsors of the event also expressed satisfaction with the level of patronage.
It's been marvelous. We have. Of course. You know, for water, you need to drink water. When you say water in Ghana, it's Vena water. And whilst they are shopping and then going around, they need to hydrate themselves. So we knew that being here would be of benefit to us. So that's why we came on board, and we are very happy that we did.
The motion was to engage more farmers who are already farmers or even new farmers. But coming here, there are ordinary marketers that want to come and shop, but you tend to understand that they're interested in farming and want to learn about it. So we will encourage you to organize a lot of events like this, but promote it more to get young entrepreneurs that are interested in farming to come. And the likes of Farmer Line were ready to support them with innovative ways to farm.
This is fantastic. Normally when we do fairs, it's generic. You see people coming from the art and culture industry, mostly dominating. But making it specific for agric is amazing, and I'm happy to see a number of private sector firms, research institutions, public sector institutions, service providers, almost everyone in the agricultural value chain space is here exhibiting. And that's fantastic. We hardly get this. We can never stop it. The list is once a year, but I'm even thinking that we should do more than once a year. It gives the private sector people the opportunity, first, to showcase their products, two, to be able to sell whatever stock that they have. It also minimizes their transaction costs, because if they bring like a container load to this place and people will come and buy, it's cheaper than distributing the same container load among a number of supermarkets or a number of distributors. So, and then within a short period of time, they are able to generate the capital that they need to go back into business. I want to commend Channel 1 TV for initiating this. It's bold and it is sustainable. The impact is huge. And if we can get the media to come into the agri space, it makes things more interesting.
Beyond the marketplace, the fair featured exhibitions and agribusiness showcases celebrating the full value chain of Ghana's food economy. Frema Edunyami, head of events and partnerships at Channel 1 TV and City FM, says they are encouraged by the strong turnout and feedback.
A lot of people are very excited about the AgriFair. People keep asking if we can do it once a month. I was like, what? I mean, that's going to be a difficult one, but it also tells that people are excited about it and they would really want to see this happen very often. So we are taking the feedback, and we'll ensure that we will see what we can do about it. If we can do maybe twice a year, okay, but that's up for discussion. People also want to see more things, so we're also calling on the farmers to bring in fact, almost everything that you can bring from your farm. But for whatever has been here this edition, it's been very great because we've had a wide variety of food stuff. So from the cassava, the plantain, the fish, the pork, I mean everything. But we hope that moving on, there will be more of the variety.
The AgriFair 2025 was powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM. It's proudly sponsored by the Ghana Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Development Bank Ghana, Agri Impact Limited, the Horticulture Business Platform, Trillium Ghana Limited, and technology partner Farmer Line.
It's been a wrap here from the Efwa Sutherland Park, where the farmers are leaving with smiles and customers with full baskets. For many customers, they are looking ahead to next year's edition. I'm Netele Neti Ajaho.
All right, there you have it. That was day 3 of the AgriFair. And I'm very sorry for you if you missed it. Well, if you want to catch it up, all you need to do is go to our social media pages and then you can watch some of the catch-up videos that we have there and pictures. So next time you actually prepare yourself when we say, please, it has started. Come. And you know, the thing was free, so I don't even know why some people did not attend this. And for the fact that you missed to buy some of your favorite vegetables for very good prices, that actually shocked me. I got some okra yesterday. Yeah. So I'm going to be making some okra soup today.
One olonka.
Ha! You missed now. Funny enough, you were the one that announced it. You announced that there's a reduction in price when it comes to the okra, and you still missed it.
That is an urban jungle.
Yeah.
They sold everything. And later they were like, you know what? This is what we want to do. We can't take the rest home. So get it for 5 Ghana cedis. Imagine you are buying an olonka of okra or tomatoes, pepper, for 5 Ghana cedis. That is what we promised you on air. See, our sponsors for the 2025 Channel 1 TV CTFM AgriFair, they have expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the maiden event, praising the organizations, the turnout, and the unique opportunity it offered for brand engagement and sector collaboration.
Right.
The 3-day fair that was held at Efwa Sanadan Park, that we've all been saying here, that is just opposite the National Theatre, brought together players from across the agricultural value chain, drawing impressive patronage and strong commercial activity. Yesterday, I saw it on social media when someone said that, imagine you are purchasing something at Makola or Agbogloshi and you are buying it with some vibe. You understand? You
That's
are buying,
what it felt like.
Exactly, because Inchin Band is there playing for you. You have a live band. The live band is playing for you. You are having all the fun.
You have grills on the side.
You have grills on the side. You have some drink, less stress, everything around. The pepper, you move to one stand, you get the pepper. You move to the next stand, you get some goat to buy.
And you have happy people around you.
You understand? So by the time you are done with the entire period, the vehicle where you really need to get your or whoever has to pick your produce or assist you to your vehicle is also available. The person just helps you to wherever you're supposed to go. And it was done within a space that someone would say it's not so chaotic. Because see, if I would go to Agbogloshi or I would go to Makola and I'll be fighting human traffic, battling with vehicular traffic and all that, and I'll come to AgriFair and get these things for the next 6 months in my fridge, why not? I'll make sure that in the next edition, I'm not even going to wait for the day to even be there. I can be there the nights before I sleep there and waiting to buy the produce that will be brought there. So a number of things were brought in there.
And talking about that, we actually are on an article on the highstreetjournal.com. Farm gate prices at Efwa Sutherland's Children's Park. Will policymakers just buy and leave or finally listen? That's a very, very important question. You know, it's not just about coming to, see what happened that day, but would you finally listen and making great policies that affect the whole value chain? Anyway, Ghana's persistent food inflation has intensified public concern over the cost of living, with market prices for staple foods rising to levels many households can no longer sustain. From tomatoes to onions, yam to garden eggs, prices continue to climb, often tripling by the time produce reaches urban markets. The food economy for both consumers and producers is under immense strain. While global factors such as fuel hikes and currency fluctuations play a role, analysts and farmers alike argue that domestic inefficiencies within the country's food value chain remain a more pressing culprit. The journey from the farm to the plate, marked by a poor infrastructure, inadequate storage, and unchecked middleman activity, has become a key driver of the price distortions affecting households across the country. The good news is here. An unprecedented initiative is from June 20th to 22nd, AgriFair 2025, organized by Channel 1 TV in collaboration with City FM and City TV, brought fresh agriculture produce directly from farms into the capital. The produce was sold at farm gate prices, reflecting the true cost of food at the point of harvest without the inflated margins often added by intermediaries. And yeah, it can go on, and then you can actually find it on the highstreetjournal.com. And yeah, it was a very good one.
And that was actually what we were preventing, the intermediaries, the middlemen, that they would go and buy it at cheaper prices. Then there will be the middlemen that they are actually raking in more income than even the farmers themselves. So this time around, we're like, no, we don't need middlemen there. What we need are the farmers directly. And the interesting bit is that you get to create direct network. So even after the AgriFair, you still need it. You could drive to the farm and get it. You buy it from there, so you can just buy it as a subsidized price. But that is not to destroy the work of middlemen as well. And also, there was the fun part of AgriFair 2025. It was very interesting. Chinchimban came, DJ Mengel did his thing, DJ Abeku did his thing, and there was this interesting gentleman who came there and couldn't help himself but to dance. Let's bring you the video of the day from AgriFair. I'm not sure this man will want to go back to his country. No. Because the kind of fun he had at AgriFair 2025, and this is actually one of the people that we picked or filmed. But the people who came, trust me, the excitement was a lot, because the head of event and partnerships, Firma Edunyami, made mention of the fact that we'll be having a lot of fun there. You know, if you've attended Channel 1 TV or CTFM's events, there isn't any dull moment. Apioko also came, she said same. All the event executives came here, they said same. And it really reflected on the grounds. You are buying, you are having fun, and all that. The exhibitors that were there, they have also expressed their satisfaction with the turnout of the 3-day event, citing high patronage and value business linkage. Many vendors reported a surge in demand for their products, with some running out of stock and calling for the fair to be organized more frequently. Well, we will do what we can do best to get it organized again, but make sure that the next time we preach here that you should come for AgriFair 2025. Please do not relent. Make sure that you are part of this all-important event next year, and make sure that you are part of it again when we call in the near future, because you wouldn't want to miss out the second time. This is actually the maiden edition of AgriFair 2025. And you know, AgriFair 2025 was powered by City Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM, and it was proudly sponsored by Ghana Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Development Bank Ghana, Agri Impact Limited, the Horticulture Business Platform, and Trillium Ghana Limited. Technology partner is Farmerline. But Chris, that's it. Like I was saying, the white man that was dancing there, I'm not sure that he will want to go back to his country.
Would you want to go back?
Oh, of course. If I go to a particular country and I'm having a lot of fun there, why will you want to?
Exactly. And also shout out to, you know, the people from here that also indulged him. People like Tajuddin, Echo, and I saw Trudy, and Helen. Helen is actually behind the camera right now, but it was nice to see that she also indulged him. Yes.
And the fun was amazing. The fun was amazing. So we keep saying that for here we want to set the pace and we want the rest to follow. But this is what we keep saying here, that anytime we organize an event, and which this is the maiden event, that is AgriFair 2025, the subsequent ones will be better and bigger, because we asked for feedback from our exhibitors, our vendors, our sponsors, our patrons, and all who appeared at the event. So that's it. Maybe the next time you would want to plan and buy something more for your home, like Chris did. She planned to buy a goat, but she wasn't able to buy. But off stage or backdoor, she told me that no, she's going to call the people secretly and go there and go and buy it. Is that what you want to do? Yeah. And
because I didn't know how to carry the goat home. That's my problem.
So you go there yourself.
I'm just but a young woman. How will I carry a goat? I'm even scared of it. So how will I now carry it and put it in there? So I'll go visit them later on, so they are able to actually kill it and prepare it and cut it into bits for me. Yeah, because they couldn't do that there. So I don't know how to carry a goat.
Wow. So that means you still have it at the back of your mind that your Christmas is going to be superb. Goat filled.
Yeah, goat milk filled.
Hey, shall I have to come to your house? I have to come to your house so that we will definitely have fun. And there was live chicken there. I think there was a place, Akoko Tasty, yes. You go there, they spice it for you. Yeah, so you can see this gentleman just bought 2 and was like, he has to take it home. And these people, Pap Farms. Pap Farms also reduced the price of their layer from 100 Ghana cedis to 80 Ghana cedis, yes. And they were sold out. Akoko Tasty also came there. They grilled the chicken and it was really spicy. Like you can see on your screen now, tilapia, people bought excessively. And you also spoke about the seeds. There was another area to Sparks. They were selling coated nuts, chocolate coated nuts. They were selling the chips. They were selling everything you can think about when it comes to snacks. That is Sparks. They were selling them. Another one too, Ricona Enterprise. They were selling fishing gears and all that. Another place too that I visited, another stand I visited that it was sold out early was Maflix. Maflix Trust Ghana. I think they are into the sale of vegetables. When I got there, the lady was like, you know what, we are sold out. And we are just hoping that we are going to get a lot more to, or we are calling for more of the produce to be brought in. Shortly, they got them and they also sold out. We also spoke to Kusablix, if I got the name right. They are into transforming shea butter into other products. So they have it for gel, the shower gel. They have it for pomade. They have it for like.
So and basically, they were on the.
They have it for pomade. They have it for like.
So and basically, they were under the eczema share butter the chips people. SMEs. So Exim Bank also brought their, the SMEs under them that are trying to create products from things in the agriculture sector.
Oh,
so they
beautiful.
were under them. Yeah.
Beautiful. And I took a product of Kusa home, and as soon as I opened it, my whole room was filled with the fragrance. It was beautiful. The smell was very amazing. So that's what it is. We made sure that we brought all the farmers and the vendors under one roof, hoping that the next one you'll be there and you would have the fun, the gentleman heart, and you'll be able to buy. And as well, our vendors and exhibitors will sell. But for now, though, let's continue the show. Let's bring you the City Business Festival on Air series. And the topic for today is understanding the digital economy. Let's bring you that. Neil Latte sits with his guests. Enjoy.
Welcome to the final week of the 2025 edition of the City Business Festival. And I must say that thank you so much for staying with us for the past 3 weeks. We've been talking about personal financing. We've delved into agriculture. Just last week, it was on SME growth. This week, we are in the final leg of it, talking about technology. And today, we are trying to have a sense of what the digital economy is all about. My name is Ni Latte. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Do stay with us. When we come back, we'll begin the conversation and I'll tell you who my guest is.
She's coming. She's coming!
Oh, it's in. Right now, it's in now!
Boss, let's go back.
Okay, here. Take this.
She's coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming! Oh.
Pay safer and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
And so it's a world of digitalization, AI, Internet of Things, as well as automation. That's our focus for today's discussion. How do businesses leverage on the many opportunities these technologies bring, and also make sure that their businesses see the light of day? My guest is Anthony Fesu, lead architect, digital change and enablement at Absa Bank Ghana Limited, and he is trying to help us really appreciate the issue of digital technology, what it encompasses, as well as all the various aspects of it. Thank you so much for joining us, Anthony. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
I trust you are well.
Very well.
We are meeting for the very first time.
Yes.
And I'm quite interested in your designation.
Yeah.
I see three things: lead architect, digital change, and enablement. If you can tell us what really you do at ABSA.
Okay, so the architect role in ABSA is part of technology role. It's a part of technology role that helps us to craft different services and products for the organization. You know that today our customers are anywhere and everywhere. And so we need to be able to craft digital services that the customers can have access to at any time, anywhere, and on any device.
I see, and it cuts across every aspect of the banking population.
Absolutely.
I see. And so today we are here talking about, you know, the digital economy, trying to have a sense of what it's all about. And so if I ask you, what is a digital economy? How different is it from, you know, the traditional economy we all know? And why should we even care about it in the very first place?
Okay, so like I said earlier on, digital is all about how we are using technology to do things a lot easier, a lot faster, and a lot better. And economy is about production, manufacturing, distribution, and trade, commerce, and things around that angle. And so digital economy, if you bring the two of them together, it's all about how we use technology to improve our production, how we use technology to acquire new customers, retain them, and make sure that the customers are happy with us.
So more or less like the economic value we get from, you know, using digital technologies. And this will cut across from, let's say, right from production to distribution to, let's say, retailing or even marketing.
Absolutely, yes.
So we get to the final stage of, you know, consumption. Exactly. And so it's not as if it's all about production.
Yes.
It's also cut across all these aspects. But, you know, there is this thing I want us to talk about. I know if we are to talk about, for example, the component of the digital economy, there will be some key pillars, there will be some, you know, focus or thematic areas. Are you able to explain what exactly forms the digital economy?
Okay, so if you break it down to the components level, there are different parts, and I'll touch on the infrastructure part. There is also platform, there are services. So infrastructure, where you are having the phone networks or the broadband networks, and those kind of things make up the infrastructure. Then you also have the platform side, where you have apps, AI apps, and then also smartphone apps. Then we have services, things like virtual banking, virtual payments. All those are services that we have. There's also another part like analytics also, which is one of the key parts that you can think about as part of the components that make up the digital economy. All of these come together to enable the economy to become better, to enable you to, you know, retain customers, you know, acquire new customers, and then engage the customers a lot better.
So you talk about analytics, you talk about, you know, service, and you talk about infrastructure. Is it like a bottom-up approach or a top-down approach, or it's layered? I don't know if you get what I want to say.
Yes. So layered is one of the architecture terms. So I'm happy you have used that. So from a layering perspective, the bottom is the infrastructure.
Right.
It's the infrastructure where you talk about servers, network, and today we have servers that are hosted in country. Some of them are on the cloud, meaning they are hosted in other countries, and it goes all the way from servers to the data to the applications, which is the apps, all the way to the services that you can run on.
Interesting point you make right there. But in terms of benefits of the digital economy to, you know, any business, is it that they are cutting costs? Is it that they are streamlining processes, or they are increasing revenue streams for a business who is yet to come to terms with the realization of what this whole, you know, digital economy is about? What does that business stand to gain at the end of the day if it incorporates, you know, digital technology in its everyday today activities?
Okay, so let's bring it to the ground,
right,
and think about somebody who is selling at Makola,
all right,
and selling, let's say, shoes at Makola. The person today has the opportunity to put the shoes on his status, on his WhatsApp status. That helps all his contacts to see the shoes. So if you are part of his contact, you are seeing the shoe. You can actually call him, you can engage him, you can ask him about the different types, the different colors. And so this person, without realizing it, has literally embedded digital into their business. That means that their process of acquiring customers has literally changed, has become more efficient, has become more easier by just using WhatsApp. And others are doing it on Facebook, others are also doing it on Instagram, and it goes on and on. I think that those are the basic ones that you can use. There are other ones like an ERP, or something that you can use to manage your inventory as well that will become thing. So automating your processes, making your processes a lot better, acquiring new customers, engaging your customers to know even your customers' birthday, what kind of things they like. These are the benefits that organizations would gain.
And so with this example that you cite, I also hear you talk about WhatsApp and what have you. And so with this example that you cite, I also hear you talk about WhatsApp and what have you. And so is it the channel, or there are digital tools that businesses are using these days to revamp their operations? So if I ask you, what are the current technologies that businesses are using in the context of the digital economy, what would they be?
Okay, so what I spoke about is way at the consumer side.
Right.
But you could actually walk back all the way from the consumer to the distributor, to the manufacturer, then to the producer. So if you are somebody who is producing yam, for example, you could actually know the weather. You could actually, there are tools that you could use to understand the soil sample, to know how much water will be, how much rain will be happening this year, so that you know what type of product to produce. So those tools, those agri-technologies would help you become a lot more efficient. So you don't plant blindly or plant by heart, as we say. From a manufacturing perspective, if I know the quality of product produced that is coming, then it literally tells me, or the season for the produce that are going to come, it literally gives me an idea what type of manufacturing process I should make available for those production to take place very well. And then also the distributors. If I know it's raining very well at some parts of the country, then I know when I should send my things, my items there before the rains, so that I don't have to encounter some of these problems. So at the end of the day, it is not, digital economy is not a strange thing or something that is that is difficult to understand. It's about, we humans are looking for ways of making things a lot better. And like I told you earlier on, each thing or something that is that is difficult to understand. It's about, we humans making things like initially broadcast over here would have been a gong
bitter.
Yes, but today we have something called CTFM, and then that becomes the tool that you can use to broadcast information. And now we are not just broadcasting to people within your locality, we are broadcasting to the entire world because it was
wonderful. I was just coming to the point where a lot of businesses see technology as a monster. And so I was just about asking you how we demystify, the myth and, the fears associated with the use of technology. But in your everyday activity at the bank, what's your assessment of the readiness of businesses in adopting this kind of technological advancement and change, the transition? What's your thought generally about it?
Okay, so we see, the businesses that are using technology, it makes it a lot easier to work with them, because now you can understand what their business is really about. And if you have to provide financing for them, you have some data to work with, some analytics that you can say. So for example, if you are selling at Makola once again, and you have data about how many customers you have, how much is in your warehouse, how often you travel to bring in things, this makes it a lot easier for us at the bank to provide you the kind of services that you really need for your business. And so I would encourage a lot of businesses to look at, as they are looking at different ways of growing their business, we need to shift towards the technology and use that to get to more customers as much as possible.
I see. In your initial submission, I heard you talk about automation. I heard you talk about, digital service payment. And also, I don't know if you had mentioned AI, but, you had also mentioned infrastructure as one of the key pillars of, this conversation. Later on, we'll be talking about how to bridge the divide. But what is your assessment of the kind of digital infrastructure that we have as a country? Are you able to compare it with other countries, what other countries are doing for for which reason they are far advanced more than us. And also in terms of the regulatory framework, what picture do you see? So infrastructure and also the regulation.
Okay.
So two in one question.
Okay, so I would say that today, when you go to most parts of the country, you have access to internet.
All right.
Right? And that is a very positive thing. I've had the opportunity of traveling out of the country within Africa, and I can tell you that the fact that you can go to very remote places and still have access to Netflix means that you have access to some level of good quality infrastructure, which can be used by farmers and people who are trading in those areas. So this is extremely a positive thing that we have, even though we, like all advertisers, we want it to get a lot better and a lot cheaper for us to use. I think that would be very fine. In terms of regulation, today we have Data Protection Act, we have Cybersecurity Act, and I think that, as usual, technology is always ahead of regulation. And so we, in the current dispensation, we have, I think that we have caught up very, very quickly and have provided a lot of infrastructure, even at the regulatory level, having SIM card registration, Ghana card, all of these have made the environment quite safe and governed, so that we are not just opening ourselves up for things. We are actually making sure that the environment is cool.
I like the fact that you talk about technology being ahead of regulation, but if I also ask you if there are any success stories, are you able to share anything with us? What are the emerging digital trends that SMEs are finding themselves in the current dispensation? Are there success stories like that?
Yeah, I think that I don't have the statistics, but in terms of the number of fraud cases that you've had, and then dispute cases in terms of I called, you didn't call. Now everybody knows that with the Ghana card, we can determine who called and who didn't call. And so as an SME, if a customer calls you and says that he saw your item somewhere and has purchased the item, you can be sure that you can trace that customer through the Ghana card in case there's a dispute. So that's a very positive thing.
I see. You are still with us here on the honor series of the City Business Festival. Anthony Fesu is lead architect, digital change, as well as enablement at Absa Bank Ghana, helping us unpack what the box of, the digital economy is. He's laid a foundation. When we come back, we'll be talking about how to deal with threats in the system, as well as how Absa is also shaping this whole movement. Do stay with us.
My name is Lydia Safwa. I'm from Safusco Ghana Limited. I'm the managing director for the company. I'll commend MasterCard Foundation and Absa Bank for the 10% loan for women-led businesses and agri-businesses, because this facility came in at the right time for Safusco. The facility helped us to get machinery for our detergent powder and other raw materials to help us come out with 3 products. That's the detergent powder, the African black soap, and the bleach. We're able to employ 15 youth in addition to our working force, and this has really helped boost our productivity and revenue as well. Annually, we organize the Global Hand Washing Day in schools within our vicinity. We hope to make sure that Safusco helps to combat diseases from the schools. We are trying to have volunteers within the school. Those volunteers will help make sure that the project is being sustained in the school.
Welcome back to the honor series of the 2025 City Business Festival. Just as I've told you, we are in our final week looking at technology. My guest today is Anthony Fesu. He is lead architect, digital change and enablement at Absa Bank Ghana Limited. The 2025 edition of the City Business Festival is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 Television. We are sponsored by Absa Bank Ghana Limited, MTN Business, and Zondatech. My name is Ni Latte. Before we went on the break, Anthony, we were talking about how technology is way ahead of, regulation. And so in this context of, digital technology and how businesses must take advantage of it in terms of their everyday business activity, there are also risks. So, for example, for any good thing, there is a bad side. And so what are some of the threats? I know data privacy will come in. Cybersecurity, lately we've seen a lot of businesses having their systems being exposed to, a lot of cybersecurity threats. Two things. How do small businesses ward themselves off against some of these threats? And what must the big companies with the huge data also be doing in this context?
Okay, so we have a term we use in the office.
Tell me about it.
We say the cybersecurity issues are a cancer to our survival.
Indeed, very cancerous.
Yes, so we need to do everything possible to reduce it or to take it out as much as we can. For small companies, I think because most of the small companies are dealing with data that is on their phones, on their personal devices, I think that these small companies have to be extremely careful on how they handle their phones. That's the first thing, because if anybody gets access to your phone, the person has access to a lot of information, your customer information, and can interact with any of your customers as much as possible. So small businesses who are currently relying on their phones for engagement should ensure that it is very safe. So luckily, most of the platforms like WhatsApp for Business and all these platforms have security features like OTP, like second factor authentications. You need to ensure that you have activated these security capabilities to ensure that your data is safe. Now, to the big companies that are keeping all of us our data, it is very recommended that they put in structures at different levels. So at the network level, where people may intrude, they need to ensure that they are preventing unauthorized accesses, like putting in things like firewalls and the like to ensure that we don't have unauthorized access. And then even when they are storing our data, they have to ensure that those sensitive data are encrypted, so that in case the person accesses the data and takes the data, because it's encrypted, they are not able to decrypt it and use it. It doesn't become meaningful. Another big one is where you have an attack called a ransomware attack, where people can literally either shut down your services or shut down your system and demand for a ransom before they open it up. This has become one of the biggest threats in the market, and it's actually very lucrative.
I can imagine.
Yes, I think that it is incumbent on us to ensure that we prevent unauthorized accesses to the systems.
And so if you put all of what you have said together, one may ask, is the digital literacy there? Maybe let me reframe the question. So in terms of building an inclusive digital economy for, businesses and consumers, and also trying as much as possible to bridge the divide, are there going to be mindset shifts? Are there going to be, skill set development in, bridging the gap, having in mind that we are in an era of, generative AI? There's a fear of, job displacement. There is the fear of, even disruption when it comes to, the digital services. And so what's your take really on how to, put all of these things together for us to prepare for the years ahead?
Okay, so the mindset shift is something that we can talk about, but I want to put it into perspective. Yeah.
All right.
When our parents were using cutlasses to farm, when the tractors came in, they all thought that the tractors were going to take their job, only to find out that the tractors were not taking their jobs.
Augmenting their job.
But it was augmenting their job, making the farms, instead of it being a small farm, it was becoming a larger farm. And so to that, I would say that we as a country need to put digital as part of our students' curriculum, right down from, I think, if not below, I think from primary 6, you should put digital as part
Quite
of
an
it.
early age.
Yes, because this is the new way. This is the new way that we are all interacting with all the things we need on the supply chain. So, if you were going to get a job in 10 years' time, now, I don't think that if you don't know how to use a computer, you'll be able to get that job. And so, from a very early age, we need to ensure that we are training our young people and showing them the different parts of the digital technology and building up interest. And once this interest is built up, you find out that we can get that done.
Interesting how you are ending that. We have to, whip up the interest of, people at a quite an early age to ensure that they have a sense of what the digital economy is about. But we also say that the digital economy is what has given rise to, what has become known as like the gig economy, for example, where lots of people, aside from their traditional 9-to-5, they say, are also trying as much as possible to tap into some element of the space to do other things, to get something small in their pocket. Is this something that is likely to continue?
Absolutely, absolutely. So people are, those who have the understanding and have the tools and have the knowledge, your skill is becoming what you can use to earn money. And so if you have an organization that is either outside the country or even in the country and can seed a job to you, a job like even a call center job, you could actually close from work, going home, and decide to pick up calls at the call center, or even use your car and then sign up to one of our ride-hailing platforms and use your car as a ride and pick people up from your office back home. You find out that that becomes a new way of life. And those who are having restaurants and kitchens, they're not only serving people who are working there, they are signing up to food platforms, and then that gives them avenues to get to so many people. So for the gig economy, I think today most of our platforms in Ghana, you see that most of them are focused on payments, this pay, that pay, that pay.
Most of them are even into fintech.
Exactly. So so my point is that we soon will realize that we need to be developing platforms for hospital, for telemedicine, platform for pharmacy, platform for all these other industries within the supply chain. And when that happens, we'll need more people to take part in that. And that's where people who are working in an office would have an opportunity to do.
But having said all of these, how is the financial space, financial institutions, or maybe APSA, for example, helping in accelerating this whole movement that we are talking about? We always say that we can say all the good things, but if the funds are not available, it comes to naught. And so what's APSA's plan in the past few years? What have you been doing? What's the future looking like?
Okay, so that's a brilliant question because my role involves...
exactly. Reason I said you were a big man.
in the making. Yes. So, so in the past, for the past few years, you've seen that APSA has a mobile app. And our mobile app, we keep building on it. First of all, the whole idea was to give customers access to the app. And because of that, now customers can actually access or buy T-bills on the app. You can do transfers. So it means that 24/7, whether you are in the club or you need to pay somebody at any time of the day, you could actually issue that payment. We are going to be expanding all these services, getting more closer to the SME space where we can have a lot of SME services also over there. So it's not only banking type transactions that you'll be having, but then you could actually book a ride or do other things that we are looking at doing. We are also looking at, we've had a lot of partnerships with different organizations, fintech organizations, because like you said, all this gig economy is underpinned by financial transactions. So when the gigs are building their systems, we provide them the digital capability to be able to move money on our rails as a bank. right? So that helps them not to worry about the financial safety and technology that they need to use, and that helps it to move very fast. You know, you let people be able to transact easily.
I see. So if I ask you, for example, in terms of percentage, how much should businesses allocate their, annual turnover, for example, to digital service provision or even digital service acquisition? How much in terms of percentage should they be doing that?
So companies are about acquiring customers. So if you think, if you have a growth plan of acquiring a certain number of customers, I think the quickest and easiest way of acquiring these customers is using the digital technology. Imagine if 40% of Facebook users become your customers. So if that is your plan, then you need to think about, it's not just about getting Facebook likes, it's about how do you translate those likes to become your actual acquired customers. And so from there, you have your budget and you know that I'm going to spend a certain amount of money on the technology, different parts of the money on the marketing and all of that. So you'll be able to figure out exactly how much percentage. But once you have that business plan of acquisition, your best bet is to do it through technology. That will give you an opportunity to grow.
I thought those were going to be your concluding remarks, but just in 60 seconds, if I ask you to look into the crystal ball, for example, what future trends are you seeing, and how should young and upcoming entrepreneurs be preparing for what is likely to happen in the digital space, say in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay, so looking in the crystal ball, I think that there's going to definitely be a lot of AI that's going to come in. There's definitely going to be blockchain. Oh, by the way, I'm excited that Bank of Ghana is also looking at
cryptocurrency.
and
it's happened somewhere in September. Exactly. They see the framework.
So that is something that is going to come on very, 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 very quickly, and most likely we would have to change a lot of our technology from being the normal to using cryptocurrency. So digital is the way to go, and I think that all businesses, all persons should look at using digital to transform their business.
Right, thank you so much, Anthony Fesu, lead architect, digital change and enablement. Digital is the way to go, he says, and we have just started off this week on technology. More to come here on the honor series of the 2025 City Business Festival, which is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV, sponsored by Absa Bank Ghana Limited, MTN Business, and Zonda Tech Ghana. I am Ni Latte. I'm so grateful that you stay with us. We will come your way same time tomorrow. Do stay with us here on 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV. Bye.
Politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked. Welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving it, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go. So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
This June, the business wave is back and it's bigger than ever. The City Business Festival 2025 on City FM and Channel 1 TV, where it's all about business. This June, we will be celebrating Ghanaian businesses, re-examining our business modules and practices through our business forum, and sharing knowledge through our on-air business discussions. Make a business date with the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and 10 a.m. on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. From expert interviews to real-world insights to the tools you need to grow. Don't miss a single moment this June. It's the City Business Festival 2025, celebrating everything business. Only on City FM and Channel 1 TV. Your business, your future, your time is now. Stay tuned, stay inspired, and let's grow together. The City Business Festival 2025, celebrating everything business.
The City Business Festival 2025 is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN Business, and Zondertech Ghana Limited.
When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we are there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of black stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com, watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com, on X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Right now, we're about to have a conversation. And this conversation, it's going to be about World Refugee Day. The 20th of June was actually World Refugee Day, and the spotlight was not only on refugees or people who have been forced to flee their countries because of conflict, persecutions, or disaster, but the spotlight is also on the society, how the society actually receives them, support them, and also often learn from their resilience. So this year's theme of the World Refugees Day is solidarity with refugees, and this sort of reminds of supporting them beyond shelter. And here in Ghana, if you didn't know, there are over 30,000 refugees from countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Sudan, and so on. And they have actually found temporary homes here. And through the work of Ghana Refugee Board and the HCR, and other countless partners, they have made it possible to help these people rebuild their lives. So in the studio with us today is Paddy Tete, who is the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Refugee Board, Nida Jehu Mazu, who is the Head of Country Office of the UNHCR here in Ghana. You're all welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you for making space for us today.
Have this conversation. All right. So let's get straight into it. First of all, I'm going to be asking you, Paddy. I'll start with you.
The surname is Paddy, so it's Tete.
Okay, Tete Paddy. Oh, okay, Tete Paddy. I'm going to be asking you, who is a refugee and how does it differentiate from an asylum seeker?
Okay,
Yeah.
so first of all, let me say that a lot of people have a wrong conception of who a refugee is. A lot of people assume that the people we see on our streets begging, foreigners are all refugees, but that is not the case. You need to have approached the Ghana Refugee Board deliberately and apply for asylum.
Okay.
And be taken through a rigorous process known as refugee status determination. That's another story for another day. But it's a very detailed process that is used in determining whether to recognize a person as a refugee. So when somebody applies for asylum, they're an asylum seeker.
Okay.
Until they've gone through the refugee status determination procedure, they remain an asylum seeker. But once the board recognizes them as a refugee, then the status changes to refugee.
Right. So there are about 30,000 refugees currently here in Ghana.
Yeah, 30,000.
But where do they predominantly come from?
So currently, the majority of our refugees are from Burkina Faso. As we all know, the disturbances in the Sahel region that has pushed them to seek asylum, mostly in the Upper East and the Upper West region.
Right.
And then we have some also in the Bono East region. But they constitute nearly 2/3 of the total population of refugees and asylum seekers.
And they have gone through this process that you just mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so we have two methods. Using the OAU convention, we can recognize people as a group.
All right.
And so for people who flee generalized violence, we recognize them on a prima facie basis.
Okay.
And that is what has applied to the Burkina base, because we know why they're fleeing.
Right.
Having said that, they still go through security screening, health screening, to make sure that the people who are being recognized as refugees are not here with any ulterior motive.
Right. Well, I didn't know all that actually, but it's nice to know. And Nida, what is the global and local significance of World Refugee Day? Why is it important that we celebrate this day or commemorate this day?
I love that you said celebrate and commemorate. So I think that World Refugee Day is an opportunity. It's just one date on the calendar. So it's really just a takeoff point. So I'm very excited that Channel 1 TV invited us post World Refugee Day to keep the conversation going. The theme, as you mentioned, this year is solidarity. The idea for the local communities that are hosting refugees, we want to celebrate them. We want to celebrate the empathy, the sharing, the I am because you are. Often they are very impoverished communities. And yet they with open arms receive these refugees and asylum seekers in their midst and share the little they have with them. We need to celebrate that. It is truly the example of loving your neighbor as yourself, if you will. Globally, of course, there are obligations, international obligations for states that have acceded to the 1951 convention and the subsequent now AU convention that Paddy alluded to, the 1969 one. And therefore, this is a moment for me, since the 1951 convention is a legal obligation of states to be able to come and do the right thing for those who, through no fault of theirs, have had to flee. Then we had the Global Compact on Refugees a few years ago, I think it was 2016, 2017, which for me is the moral compass for everybody, whole of society, to come together to alleviate the suffering of refugees. This includes private sector, individuals, businesses, religious bodies, name it. There is, and the onus is on all of us to be able to find solutions to the plight of refugees. Refugees are just like you and I, and they cut across religion, name it. They cut across nationality, ethnicity. So how do we make sure that we find a way to plug the situation that they find themselves in? My best example always is if you had to flee. Just now, if we all had to flee, what will we do? We need someone to take us at face value. After, as Paddy alluded to, the civilian nature of a flight has been established, you would need somebody to be able to support you. And the first point of call is usually the host community. Just the people, the villagers or wherever they found themselves, they are the first people to really step in and do anything before the state apparatus rolls in, whether it's the Ghana Refugee Board or in some cases it's Ghana Immigration or NADMO or churches or whoever. It's the local community that first receives them. And so this is an opportunity for us to truly really celebrate that host community, but also the resilience of those that have been forced to flee. It's mostly women and children. It's mostly women and children. The global statistics, 70% globally of refugees are women and children. So it tells you the nature. They are the ones fleeing the conflict. They're not the ones creating conflict. They're fleeing the conflict. In Ghana specifically, we have about 86% are women and children. The average in Ghana is actually higher than the global average for women and children in a refugee situation. That probably makes sense because the continent is very young, so you have a lot more young people. And if we don't find solutions for them, we are disenfranchising 45 million people. Refugee population on the continent is 45 million. Globally, it's 123.2 million. And over a third of that is on this continent. So we really have to be very intentional about really finding lasting solutions to their problems.
So, Paddy, how is the government of Ghana actually supporting the refugee communities across the country?
Yes, so
because obviously the numbers are so much. So I know that's a lot of work. So how are they doing it?
Yeah, so that's something we don't make enough noise about. But government does a lot to make sure that refugees are comfortable. First of all, we run refugee camps and settlements. Apart from that, very importantly, refugees are given access to education and to health at the same levels as Ghanaians. So as far as I know, the only category of refugees who have free compulsory basic universal education and free senior high school are refugees. And then also we advocate and we facilitate provision of all other services. If they need legal services, for instance, we liaise with the legal aid scheme. Basically all services that we all need. Government contributes to making sure that they have access to these services.
So Nida, what's the role of the UNHCR in Ghana, especially when it comes to helping or supporting the refugees and of course the host community?
So UNHCR is in Ghana on the invitation of, we cannot, Ghana is a sovereign state. So we're here essentially to assist the government to be able to provide protection for the refugees. Ghana is the front liner for the asylum space here. And so when refugees come into the country, first point of call, Ghana Refugee Board. to make sure that they have what ours is really, it's a support role. We also have partners, development partners, humanitarian partners, and some that you may call donors around the table that help us financially to be able to support the refugee program in Ghana. So this is essentially it, but it is led fully by the Ghana Refugee Board.
Right. And how do you think the refugees actually contribute meaningfully to Ghana's economy and also the society?
So refugees come with their own skill sets. Again, like when somebody, just now, if we had to flee, we don't lose the knowledge that we have, the skill sets that either one of us, any of us in this room have. They come and contribute with what they have. We have to enable them and give them space to thrive so that the host country can actually benefit from what they've come with. If you look, for instance, at the north of Ghana, in Upper West, for instance, Ghanaians are now planting sesame seeds.
Right.
This is new. It's the Burkinabe refugees that brought that skill into that space. Ghanaians import tomatoes, onions from Burkina Faso, and they have the expertise. So there is real value in cross-line. I'm sure they will also pick up a few skills on planting the things that Ghana is known for that they would also go back with. So the cross-learning, it's evident. And essentially, if you would go back in history to biblical times, people have always been on the move, and this is how we learn and thrive and grow as humanity.
Right.
And so having them here, I think really truly benefit. The other very direct impact of their presence is development in the areas that are hosting them.
Right.
Because if you take, for instance, a location with a dilapidated school, because of the presence of the refugees, development partners and know that there's going to already be a strain on that dilapidated school. So why don't we refurbish it, expand the classrooms in order to absorb refugee children, for example, or a CHIPS compound that is going to also be able to respond to the refugee situation. We would then rally support around it to be able to refurbish that. And when the time comes for them to go, and let's face it, if you think throughout history, Ghana has hosted Sierra Leoneans, Liberians, Togolese, different groups, and they do go back because they are not traveling with a date. They don't wake up and say, I'm going to go and I'll go on that day. No, they flee.
Happens,
So once you flee, you definitely want to go back when the conditions allow. Most people, at least. A few people will never be able to go back because of the personal atrocities that they've suffered and the reminders and the psychological. Exactly. But most people will go back. And so when the time comes for them to go back, then they leave these infrastructural development behind also for the host community.
Right.
Whether it's livelihoods, whether it's training, everything that we do in the for the refugees in the host communities also benefit.
Right.
It's not, we don't isolate, we don't have parallel systems running. We always make sure that it kind of also includes the host community. So there is a direct value to the communities that host them. But the most intangible value is the safety and peace of mind that the refugees find that the host community gives them. If they hadn't allowed them to stay where they were, no matter what development you want to do, it's not going to work.
Right.
So really the host communities are incredibly gracious and must be celebrated always.
Right. So, Patty, what policies and legal frameworks are in place to ensure obviously there's the inclusion already, but the protection and the dignity of refugees, because obviously there are a lot of ignorant people that do not understand why these people are in the country, and there's maybe there might be a bit of xenophobia. Why are you in my country? You're taking my job. We see all that happening in Africa, in different parts of Africa. So what legal framework or policies do you have to protect them and also educate others that these people are not just here because they feel like being here? These people have been, their homes have been taken away from them, so they need shelter, and we are just trying to help them.
So before I talk about the legal framework, I'd just like to mention the fact that so far our host communities have been fantastic in receiving refugees. Mainly sometimes because of the affiliations across the borders, because you have similar tribes on both sides of our border throughout. So that has been helpful. And the general Ghanaian hospitality, that has enabled us to welcome these persons. But we are guided mainly by the Ghana Refugee Law, which mirrors the international conventions, the UN Refugee Convention and the OAU Convention. Refugees are allowed to work, which is very critical. Nida mentioned the skills that they come with. And it's to our own benefit that we put these skills to use. And so they're allowed to work. In terms of protection, they're protected. They have what we refer to as international protection. But basically, all the protection that nationals have, they also have those protections.
All right, so let's talk about the Ghana Refugee Agribusiness and Sustainability Program. What role is the government playing in this initiative, and how is UNHCR and other partners contributing?
Yeah, so again, I'll go back to the skills that refugees bring, which is what we want to tap into, particularly with the Burkinabe refugees that we have now. Farming is their mainstay. And when we carried out the survey, they indicated about 70% of them are farmers.
Wow.
And we know how skilled Burkinabe farmers are. When they came, it's the first time throughout the time I've worked with refugees, Burkina Faso refugees are the only refugees who have said to us, look, we don't want handouts. Give us land, we want to work. And so in line with government's Feed Ghana policy, and I was listening to CT this morning and listening to that AgriFair and how successful it was. So in line with the Feed Ghana policy, the Ghana Refugee Agribusiness Sustainability Program it's aiming at doing this large-scale agricultural crop production, taking advantage of the refugees' skills. UNHCR is facilitating it for us, but we're working with the ministries of Agric, the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness, and other agencies. We've also engaged the National Development Planning Commission. That is because we need to make sure that whatever we do is in line with government policy. And so we are implementing this program with government policy in focus, the needs of the refugees in focus, the needs of the host communities. Because what we do is that NIDA's already told us how we improve the infrastructure in host communities. We extend some of the services that we provide to refugees to the host communities. For instance, if we are sinking boreholes in a camp or a settlement, and there's no access to potable water, is a challenge in the host community. We make sure that we sink boreholes in host communities, street lights, all amenities. Typically, we try to extend about 20% of the services to the host communities, particularly the vulnerable ones within the host communities. And so with the Ghana Agricultural Project, the Refugee Agribusiness Project, we are including the host communities. This will ensure skills transfer from refugees to the hosts and vice versa. And so by the time the refugees are leaving, we have also acquired that skill. And when NIDA said when refugees leave, the facilities go to the host communities, we have examples. We close refugee camps in the J-Chrome in the KEA municipality, as well as in the Bono area. And all the infrastructure in the refugee camps were handed over to the host communities for the use of those communities.
Wow, that's interesting. So Nida, before I let you go, what actions would you encourage going forward, especially when it comes to the Ghanaian public, to the media, and everyone to actually demonstrate solidarity with refugees?
Well, you're doing it by already giving a platform. This is amazing. As a business or as media, this is really helpful. Maybe I will also say private sector can look at, as Paddy alluded to, they do have the right to work, and there are a lot of refugees over the years. I think we counted 929 that have university and tertiary education, and its employability. They have access to work, so that should be looked at. On the individual level, misinformation and disinformation is one of the key things that divides us. And so how we have to verify and check, at least now, Paddy has put out the refugee definition and the OAU convention out for people to understand who a refugee is. They're not necessarily begging, and as he said, the Burkinabes are not here to beg. They literally ask to say, can we work instead of getting handouts? And it's an incredibly great group. So just from that lens, an individual really avoid misinformation and disinformation and show empathy, because it could be you tomorrow.
I like that.
It could be any of us tomorrow, and that is critical.
Right.
And give access to them to be able to thrive.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's
Thank
really
you.
nice having you here.
Thank you.
I mean, I've learned a lot. I didn't know you had to go through a process, but I have learned that now. And it's also nice to hear that they are also contributing to the betterment of the country. So thank you very much, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking to Paddy Tete, who's the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Refugee Board, and Nida Jehu Masu, who is the Head of Country Office of the UNHCR Ghana. Thank you so much. Now, to you that is watching, just remember that refugees are not just statistics. They are actually human beings like us. They are neighbors, they are parents, they are kids, and they are students, workers, and, you know, they're just human like us. So it's very important that we show empathy to them, because they do not just carry any weight. They are carrying so much, leaving their homes behind. Imagine traveling without clothes, without anything. Sometimes their house are all burnt. They have nothing. They come here with nothing. So it's important that we help them by showing empathy and also give them hope of what they can actually build. And remember that Ghana actually believes in humanity. So as a Ghanaian, you have to show your human part and show some empathy to each and every one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this episode of Breakfast Daily. It's been very insightful, exciting, and also a very big thank you to all our sponsors, the patrons, everyone that attended the AgriFair 2025. Like we said, that was our maiden edition, but you made those 3 days a wonderful unforgettable 3 days. So thank you to each and every one of you. And my name is Chris Carter, and of course I did with Philip Ni Latte. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow, same time, right here on Channel 1 TV. Bye.